What's happening? It is Jeff here with Gas Masks and Hand Grenades, and today we're gonna do a deep dive, heavy dive on one of our favorite bands here, YOB from Eugene, Oregon, and we have a fellow Oregoner, or what do you call Oregoner?
Oregonian, yes.
Oregonian. There we go. Yeah, who was not trapped in Donner Pass from what I can tell. He's here in the flesh, so that's a terrible attempt at humor. Anyway, we're going to get into this YOB deep dive, because we've got 8 albums and a demo to discuss, and one other album that comes up in the middle, Midian.
Mystery album, yeah.
Yeah, which was when YOB disbanded and Mike started another project. We're going to talk about that because one of us is lucky enough to own that thing. You little bastard. Anyway, so we're going to do that. But before we do that, a couple of quick announcements. I guess I should first introduce my panel. And today I've got Logan from the Decaffeinated Metalhead Musings. Yeah, he's not drinking. No drinking at 2 p.m. yet.
We'll see. I'm trying tea. This is in honor of Mike Scheid over here. He would always, whenever I've seen him live, he always
drinking
starts with tea on stage. So
good for him, man.
Trying it for Mike. We'll see how it goes.
And so we got Logan from Drunken Metalhead Musings. We've got Kellen down below me from Killing for Company. And we're going to get into this YOB discography, which is pretty intense and pretty heavy. And we've been working on this episode for probably about 6 or 7 weeks. It was going to happen, then it wasn't going to happen, then it was going to happen. And with my health, it's been a little dicey and weird. So we finally got it together, and we're finally doing this. And we got Peter in the house. We got Devin in the house. And that's it. Oh, we got one other person. I think more people will start rolling in. But it is Super Bowl Sunday. And as I said, we've got a Super Bowl mind fuck for you before we get to that. We're gonna get into that real quick. Show notes from my side of things coming up. Today is Sunday, right? Yes. Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern time, I'm going to be interviewing Xander Bradley from Cryptic Shift. I'm going to have him on, which is cool. And then later that night at 10 p.m. Eastern time, I'm going to have Max Phelps from Exist, Death to All, and Cynic coming in. Had a great conversation with him yesterday for about an hour. Super, super cool guy. Really stoked to do that, and so is he. Friday at 9 or 10 a.m. I'm not sure which one yet. I've got 10 listed, but it might be 9. We may have to change it back to 9. I'm going to be interviewing Tim Bowness from No Man and the Tim Bowness Band and about 18 other projects. Kind of nervous about that one a little bit. Tim's a great dude, but I'm a little bit. It's weird. So when I started these interviews way back, 2-3 months ago, man, I was a ball of nervous energy for the first couple ones. This is gonna suck. Why am I doing this to myself? And then I would get into it and I'd roll and everything would be great. I don't even really get anxious anymore, which is cool. So that's a cool thing. But I'm a little anxious for the one with Tim, but I think we're gonna do well with that. And deep dive to announce Saturday night, probably 8 o'clock. Myself, Rick from Dreadful Minutes. Yes, I managed to finally rope Rick into a deep dive. It took a while, but I got him back on board. Jake, for the very first time, Jake from Upside Down Church.
Oh, yeah.
Nick from Thralls of Metal, and Jimmy from Future Ruins are going to join me to do, we're pretty sure, the entire studio catalog of Catatonia. So there's that.
Cool.
So those are the things we're looking forward to. And in the interim, somewhere in there, I'm not sure when, I've got a thing planned with Kelly Schaefer from Atheist and my daughter. We're going to do Jeff Buckley. And then I'm thinking the David Bowie thing is still a little off in the distance. And then somewhere along the lines, I'm hoping to have Marissa Nadler and Steve Von Till on for interviews. So those are future things that are coming. And what about you guys? Kellen, what do you got going on?
So On my personal channel, I'm wrapping up my interview / conversation on 22 with Craig S. Zoller. I have a 2000s death metal episode with Brian Arkham lined up. I have more 2000s death metal coming up here soon with Brain Smasher. You can continually find me on the Heavy Metallurgy channel Album Club. I'm also submitting reviews, so you can catch me there. And every once in a while, I'll dip in here to join Jeff and guests for gas mask and hand grenades. So,
Cool beans. Got a lot going on then, dude. Logan, what? I know you're still fairly new here, not new-ish, I guess is the word. But,
I can be the new guy. Yeah.
You got anything planned coming up?
Well, first I want to say that your end of year 2022 list, Kellen, that's probably one of the best of that version of that video that I've seen. That with Craig S. Zoller. You guys go super in depth. And a lot of your picks are stuff that I've like not heard of before. So finding some new stuff from that. For me, as you said, I think I'm still trying to figure out what sticks. So I'm kind of just throwing shit at the wall and just seeing what happens. I know I want to do a stream within the next week or two with Chris at Depeche Commode, where we essentially talk about vinyl and specifically vinyl variants and highlighting maybe cool ones, but then also maybe doing a couple hot takes about, why are there so many? Have we jumped the shark? Stuff like that. So
cool beans. All right.
Isn't he a black only?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not true because he owns like 18 variants of that one Napalm Death album.
Well, that's the funny part. I want to because he's gonna try to take that hard stance, and I know
hypocrisy.
There's a little bit going on, but it'll be fun. I'm excited.
Hey Phil, what's happening, man? And we finally got Phil on a stream last night. Yay! It took forever.
All right.
And we talked about really weird things like Sasquatch and all kind of strange stuff. So, So today's going to be a little different. We're going to dive into this YOB catalog, and today's going to be a little different from most of my deep dives because generally it's my yapper that never shuts up, and I'm going to let Logan lead the pack here. He's going to talk about the history of the band.
There's big shoes to fill, man. I don't know.
Yeah, you do have big shoes, big fat shoes to fill right now. But yeah, we're going to let Logan kind of take the lead. I kind of wanted, because he and I were talking about this for a while. I was like, I think I want to lay back and let Logan kind of lead the episode. So, Logan, you're on, dude. It's up to you. Don't fuck this up.
All right, no pressure, right?
No pressure.
So, kind of first when it comes to YOB, I feel like trying to describe them, they're a very unique band to me. Like they stand out in any.
I screwed one thing up.
Okay.
I knew I was going to do it. Before we do the history and stuff, we need to talk about when we came into this band and how we came into this band. That's what I do always. So why don't you lead off and then, or actually I'll go to you last. How about Kellen? You go first.
Okay. Wow. So born and raised in Eugene, Oregon. YOB. So Mike grew up in Springfield. Just as I'll jump this in because I want to let Logan explain the history of the band.
Right.
But Eugene and Springfield are sort of sister cities. And when I went to the University of Oregon, I had a job there through the university where like I just worked in like the mess hall, if you will, or the whatever, serving food to students. And there was a guy there named Charlie. I worked at the pizza area. Anyway, we'd come in and like, I'd be a couple of tall boys and a few bong rips deep, and I'd show up to work. And he was like an old Vietnam vet, so he did not care at all about whether I showed up to work sober or me and my friend showed up. We just had a good time there.
Nice.
And it was a lot of fun. But I was listening to metal all the time, and I came in one day wearing I had a Mastodon Remission sweatshirt, and a guy, I must have been like 2003, 2004. And so it was like my freshman or sophomore year at the University of Oregon. Anyway, I showed up to work, and as I had this sweatshirt on, a guy named Greg, who I came to know, who later on was there for journalism and would later on to write for Invisible Oranges, and I think he works for Bandcamp now. He saw my Mastodon shirt, and he just started talking about metal with me, and he's like, "Dude, YOB, are you into them?" And it just kind of did not register for me. It's like, yeah, that's the band here. How do you not know them? Anyway, so back at that time on the University of Oregon campus, there was on 13th Street, there was a small sort of like hole in the wall CD store. Now I'm wearing the House of Records t-shirt here, which has been, this is a celebration of that's the major record store in Eugene. They'll come in later, because Mike, every time he would go on tour, he'd come back with like rare European presses that were hard to get imported to the States, and he'd donate them to the record store. So cool. he was this cool sort of like communal figure, but I digress. So anyway, I went to this small little hole in the wall university CD store, which pretty much serviced the university radio station. It was this tiny little place, right? But I picked up this Catharsis, and this is at a time when we'll kind of get into it later, but like stoner, and I knew Neurosis, but the stoner doom sludge thing was something I was kind of becoming familiar with. But to have a band back then, it's very different than what it is now, but to have a band back then that was like someone you need to pay attention to from Eugene, Oregon. It was just kind of a blip on my radar. But now when I think about it, like I have all these incredibly important memories from essentially my late teens, early 20s with not just YOB, but also like becoming part of the metal scene in the Eugene, Springfield area. So now cool. Kind of fast forward 2+ decades with those memories. When I heard you guys were doing this, I was like, I kind of want to chip in a little bit of my story.
Oh, yeah. We're awesome. We're super glad you did, and it's going to be interesting to know. Like, well, let me ask now. We'll cut. Well, or should we? Yeah, let's do it now. When was the first time you saw them live? Then locally, or did you see them locally or not?
Yeah, so the spot to see them. No, Mike has roots in the punk scene in the Springfield, Eugene area, but. To see YOB, I primarily saw them as an opening band, because they would open for like when ISIS or High on Fire would come through at Wow Hall. Right. Wow Hall is the jam, and it's like from anyone that we would want to see. It's not such a large venue that it exclude that, like, if you're on a major metal label, you'd come there, but if you're on like a giant whatever, it's only going to seat or house so many hundred people.
Yeah, what venue is this again?
Wow Hall.
Okay, that's not the one. Okay. Is there Aladdin up there? Is there an Aladdin?
No, that's a different. Yeah, I don't know of an Aladdin.
Oh, that's important. That's important. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind.
But in terms of Eugene, that was the spot that you would go to, and it's been there for decades as well. So I forget what it stands for, but it's like an old, not like a whatever, like an elk venue or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Had some sort of social function in the earlier part of the 20th century, and has since become like a public domain for music.
Oh, that's cool.
So
how many times have you seen them?
Man, so as a headliner, once. As a band that was like second, third on the bill, a handful of times.
Okay.
But it was, I didn't appreciate them. We'll kind of get to this later on. It took me a long time for me to sort of come full circle with this band in terms of like appreciating, the role they played in my early 20s. And then now as I creep closer to 40 years old, what they mean for me. So we'll get into that later, but yeah.
right. So for me, we'll go with you last, Logan, then we can get right into the history. So for me, I'm trying to think. I'm honestly not sure which album I came in on. It was one of these two. I think it was Atma, I think. But this band was made known to me probably about 2009-ish, maybe. And it was through a buddy of mine, John, who's done a couple of deep dives way back with me, and been on a channel or two here and there way back when. But he kind of was into the stoner doom thing, really into like Orange Goblin and High on Fire and Sleep and all that kind of stuff like that. And I did own Dope Smoker and Holy Mountain. And I got to be honest with you, they just never really did that much for me. I enjoyed them when I listened to them, but then when they were done, it was like, yeah, I don't really have any interest to go back to that for a very long time. I bet you both of those albums I may have listened to twice in my life entirety because they just didn't grab me very much. So Stoner Doom was always that kind of thing where I was like, yeah, I kind of like it, but I don't really love it, And so what ended up happening was John's like, dude, you gotta check out Yob, and I'm like, what a weird name, like what is that, And then where are they from? Are they from Europe? They sound European. No, they're from Oregon, And I guess I think he recommended Yob or Cleaning the Path, and I can't remember which one it was. But I ended up grabbing one, or it might have been that he sent me that's what it was. He sent me a CDR, a burn of both of those. He's like, check these out. And because he was buying a lot of stuff, had a really good job, making a lot of money. And I was always more cautious about spending, on stuff. And this was going back to, like I said, back to 2009 when, you didn't, there was YouTube and there was there streaming in 09? Like streaming services? I don't think there was there? Maybe Apple, maybe. I don't think so, though. Yeah. So, anyways, long story short, I ended up grabbing probably Clearing the Path is the one I've had the longest. And then I went to see them. I finally got to see them with Voivod back in twice in Philly and Baltimore. And that was in 2018, I think, or no, it would have been 18, I think, or late 7. Well, no, it was April. Yeah, it was April of 18. And Voivod opened, and I was like, wow, man, okay, this is kind of weird. Like, Voivod, why is Voivod not headlining? And then I saw Yob, and I kind of understood. I kind of got it, But I think they were doing a flip-floppy thing.
Yeah, they were.
Although the two times I saw them, they didn't flip-flop. It was Voivod opening both. So, but yeah, we'll get into the albums. But that's where I came in, probably about 2009. How about you, Logan?
Cool. So real quick before I dive in, I just realized my microphone isn't even plugged in. I've been just using my computer one. Do I sound okay?
Nice.
All right, I will leave it. So for me, probably pretty similar to you, Jeff. It was in between Atma and Clearing the Path, and I think I just stumbled onto Adrift in the Ocean, just randomly on YouTube, and it was one of those like love at first listens. Like time itself stopped. Like the song was just mesmerizing. I had never heard anything like it. It really just stood head and shoulders above everything else, that I'd really listened to up to that point. Especially in the genre, like you think stoner, you think doom, Sleep, Candlemass, those are like examples of the separate genres. Yob is something entirely different to me, and like having Adrift in the Ocean be my introduction really had me having that expectation of this band being special, like, and really, how do you describe their music? It's stoner doom, but there's just so much more there. There's like a lot of psychedelic influences and a lot of just interesting guitar.
Well, there's
like but he plays the guitar in such a unique way, you know.
Yeah, I think there's
and
a real strange, hard to describe, hard to put words to the emotional connection that I
yeah,
tend to get with this music. And I will tell you up front, there aren't a lot of other stoner doom, stoner, psychedelic doom, trippy doom, whatever you want to call it, Cascadian doom, whatever genre this is. Who fucking knows? Who cares? It's Yob. Yob is love, right?
Yob is
You
love.
know?
Yeah.
So what I get from this music, for me on a personal level, is it's extremely hypnotic, connective, both viscerally and psychologically. I can somehow lose myself in a lot of these albums, and it's almost not a good thing to do, to pick up a Yob album and try to go, oh, I'm just going to listen to track 2 or track 3. They are almost like journeys that you have to start and end.
Yep.
And they're very intense. I mean, I found myself here this morning checking out Midian and finishing up the last 2 albums. And, you know, Clearing is, we'll get into it, but Clearing is probably my favorite album of theirs. And man, the whole time I'm laying here in bed and I'm rocking. I suddenly realized I'm moving my body. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm just laying in bed. But what I realized was that I wanted to be upright and I wanted to be moving.
Yeah, kind of in the music, like
I wanted to
taking
be
part
inside
in
the
it.
music.
Yeah.
I wanted to be inside it. And it does something to me in here, through here to here, that does something to me that none of this other stoner doom does. I've seen High on Fire many times. I had a couple of their albums, didn't keep them. Sleep, I like, I don't love. I can give or take. Ohm, I like, I don't love. You know, and I couldn't even tell you. Neurosis, that's a different story, because I really don't think Yob have much in common with Neurosis, to be honest with you. They do, but they don't. There's a different vibe there.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But
I think you really hit the nail on the head, Jeff, with just like that's the other part of their sound and the other part of their music that really separates them out. Like the other influence is this the influence of Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, and stuff. And the fact that I think really the emotional point where all the music is coming from is from there. It's not like coming from a point of anger or a point of depression or a point of let's smoke weed, you know. It's more of a from the goal of like being part in a spiritual journey and trying to look at the world through like kind of that lens. And I think you kind of have to mention they take a lot of influence from this guy Alan Watts. Like he's the voice that pops up throughout their music. The clips are all of different talks.
Time to wake up.
Yeah, time.
Yeah, that's it. Time to wake up.
And then,
all right, that's a good thing. I didn't know who that was. I didn't look into that yet.
Yep. And he's like a philosopher.
Why don't you give us the history? Give us the history, and let's get started on that, and then we'll dig in these albums, and we'll start tearing them track by track. So
yeah, because you can easily do track by track. Like each album's 4 songs, but I just thought before diving into the history, like people understanding like kind of where Yob is coming from, and you know, like what they are musically and really what their the concept behind them is. I thought that was important to kind of cement. But we can dive into the history now if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
So
I mean, as Kellen mentioned, Mike from Springfield, Oregon, just outside of Eugene, played in a lot of hardcore bands and stuff. Apparently, that's, I guess, is the big scene there. There really was not much metal scene, so to speak, according to Mike. Like leading up to it, I think it was a lot of punk bands and stuff coming down, probably from Seattle and that whole scene, you know. So he played in bands. Let's see, I got Chemical, Dirty Sanchez and Hardcore Minds were bands he played in as the bassist. So that was his introduction to like playing live music. So, but he was during that time, I guess he was actually more into metal and was kind of like a little bit of the outcast in the scene where he liked all the hardcore music and like the new wave music and all these different like niches, in the Eugene scene, but he really liked Black Sabbath and really liked Carcass and, was really more of a metalhead at heart. And he was originally inspired. He named bands Cathedral and Sleep as big, impetus for what made him want to make doom and really want to make doom that would turn the genre on its head. That would just be kind of different and kind of stand out. So this caused him to kind of form the band with, initially the lineup was Mike Lowell on bass and Greg Oken on drums. And this was the lineup like leading into their demo. Anything else I missed as far as history?
Not that I'm aware of. How about you, Kellen? You got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right that the Eugene area was not a big metal scene. There was a whole lot of punk coming out of Portland. So it was a bigger, in terms of like where the attraction or where the number of events were, it was primarily the punk scene that was coming out. Now, in terms of like just for people who kind of take aware of, like, Mike's talked a lot about kind of being like an outcast at that point in his life. So I-5 divides Springfield from Eugene. And historically, Eugene is associated with the university, and Springfield is essentially with the lumber and paper mill. So there's like a socioeconomic divide between both cities. So I can only imagine growing up in an incredibly sort of blue collar area and he's talked about like coming home and being a metalhead and being a punk in Springfield, Oregon in the 1970s and 80s must have been pretty rough. So I bring that up to point out like it crafted, I think, a little bit of an individual personality for him as a musician, not having peers necessarily to grow up around that were interested in the same kind of stuff. And just sort of how unique a band like YOB coming out of Eugene, Springfield, Oregon, that was not conducive to a lot of punk and metal bands. It was very much like this mill town that was not going to be helpful to an aspiring rock musician, and even in the 1980s. So when it's interesting, like he went to Briggs Middle School that feeds into Thurston High School. These are like far more rural areas of Springfield. And anyway, I just wanted to point that out in terms of the origin of the band and what was happening in the Eugene Springfield area during the 1970s and 80s before he gets into the 90s. And to your point, like he's talked about seeing Cathedral. He heard, I mean, for me, I don't know about you guys, but Cathedral's still like a hard pill to swallow.
Those vocals, man, those vocals. Whoa.
Yeah. But he's
Lee Dorian, is that Lee Dorian, right?
Yep.
Right. Yeah. But he said like, once he saw it live, it clicked. And I think that's interesting because and once we get into elaborations like Carbon, we'll be able to kind of talk about it. But paying attention to your point about like the bands in the 90s that were on the come up with sort of this doom stoner thing, and so the 21st century YOB arrives and the development of their sound, I think it's a good place to sort of transition into.
Yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, I mean, I didn't dig too deep into the history. I know what I know from watching YouTube and seeing, interviews with Mike, but I didn't dig too deep into the actual history. So I think that's, good enough. You can always go to Discogs or the YOB website, which, by the way, I wanted to mention that I never think of things linear, of course. in the description below, I left links for YOB, Facebook, their website, their merch, Mike's Instagram, YOB's Instagram, Kellen's website and Instagram, Logan's website, not website, what am I saying, website, YouTube channel, Kellen's YouTube channel and Instagram, Logan's Instagram and YouTube channel too. So all that's down below. Please follow, like, do what you need to do. Please like this stuff. I don't usually ask that, but I'm starting to realize that that's a way to get, into the algorithm, is to get, the likes and comments and all that stuff. So I guess it's time. Is it time to jump into albums?
Let's do it. Yeah.
So actually, I'm going to have Kellen go first, and I'm going to have him show the album while you read off the recording details.
I'm starting with the demo, which I don't have the demo or anything.
Oh, yeah,
like
I don't
that.
have the demo either. Yeah, that's true. I don't have the demo either. Do you have that? Okay. Hang on one second here.
Which the demo was essentially recorded by that lineup I mentioned: Mike Lowell,
Right.
Greg, and of course Mike. Lowell Isles. I meant was
yeah.
the
Go ahead
bassist.
and dig into your analysis of it real quick.
Yeah. Okay. So this is definitely, this one and really the next album that they're about to release is YOB with their influences on their sleeves. I mean, this is still them kind of finding their footing, if you will. It's 3 songs: Silence, Revolution, which does appear on Elaborations of Carbon, and the closing song, Dogma. Silence is kind of got that funky like sleep sound, like Dragonaut or Holy Mountain era sleep, and really plays around a bit with the guitar and bass kind of trading off. In fact, the bass line actually reminds me of Ether off of Catharsis. Like, I feel like they might have used it from Silence and put it on that album. It's a good fun song. Revolution is straight up sounds like Masters of Reality, Black Sabbath. Like, that first intro riff kind of has that Black Sabbath sound to it, and just how they're playing with the drums and the bass makes me think of just that era of the band, but still with a little bit more, sleepisms and stuff there. And then Dogma, kind of the same. I think it probably is my favorite on this little demo, but I've only listened to it once, so that's my quick take on it. It's a good start, and it really gives you a chance of seeing kind of where Mike probably wanted to come from with his influences.
Okay. Did you check that one out, Kellen?
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, my notes on the first, the demo and the first release here are probably going to be a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, I know. I'm there. I'm with you, dude.
And I think this is a case of the band that I end up enjoying more actually happens much later in their career. And there's a whole lot of like shifting variables between like me getting into metal, what was initially sort of interesting to me, which was primarily like grind and death metal. So stoner was not on the, menu. And what was kind of popular at the time, I know you kind of briefly mentioned on about Neurosis, but like there's a gulf that existed between a band, Times of Grace, Neurosis versus Dope Smoker. Like they're completely different, right? So this part of YOB's career I never really got into, especially Elaborations on Carbon, which the next one, it was very much still Logan nailed it. Like there's still a stoner primarily influenced band. Stonerrock.com, that YOB's, on Elaborations of Carbon. I keep on mentioning that. Now we're talking about the demo, but that was pulled from the Stonerrock.com sort of stone logo. So yeah, it's not necessarily what's really great about their career to me, and they're very much sort of a product of their influences early on here.
That's a great way of putting it. Let's see. Give me 1 second here, guys. Hold on. Yeah, I just need to do one thing. I got interrupted here with an email that I wasn't expecting. So give me just a moment. I know, not very professional.
Yeah,
Let me just send that so I can pull up my notes.
allows me to crack a beer. I was trying my best
There we go.
to have tea, but we're cracking a beer. This is a tea themed beer though, so
Where the fuck are my
sticking with the theme.
Where are my emails at? Damn it! There it is. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I just got an email from the old bass player Crimson Glory. He wants to do an interview.
Sweet.
Which is crazy. Think about that, man. All right, here we go. YOB demo, very bluesy but heavy riffy, chuggy. Sometimes you can kind of lose yourself in the jams, but it's a very blues-based thing. There's still a lot of bluesy guitar playing here. You can hear the influence of Sabbath for sure. The Sleep stuff. Revolution, similar version to the first album, but a very solid tune. Catchy head bobber. Dogma, very Sabbath meets Clutch. Screamy vocals, some psych moments. What the hell is that? The snare is flat. Not a fan of the drum sound on this demo. The sound is very basic and very repetitive. Had I heard this demo like first, that somebody said, "Dude, you gotta check out the YOB demo," I'd have been like, "Yeah, okay, man, cool." It was, it was all right. I just would have never ever chased it down. It would have never been anything I'd have been interested in. So the YOB demo, for me, I'm rating things with out of a 10 scale. You guys don't have to do that, but that's just how I do it. And I'd give that like a 5.5, quite frankly, just because, it's doomy. It's, you can kind of groove to it a little bit, but nothing exceptional at all. So, and nobody has it, right?
No.
You said nobody has it yet.
I don't even know how you get it. where do you
I don't know. Maybe it's just a cassette demo. I have no idea. So now we're at Elaborations of Carbon. Now, who's got that on vinyl? Or
I got it on CD.
CD. All right, we'll pull you up first.
So, all right, so I'll go. Do you want me to do the history and then go into my take?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay. So, debut right here. They definitely on this album grew a bit for sure from the demo. They lose the two other members that recorded the demo, and got Izumu Sato, who is also from Mike's old band Hardcore Minds, and also a band called Thrombus. Ever heard of him? And Gabe Morley on drums. So Izumu is the bassist. Gabe was the drummer. It was recorded at Dogwood Studios, which in Eugene, Oregon. This was like the first of a long partnership with this studio, and specifically with Jeff Olson, who is the mixer and
who that is,
helped
right?
out in the studio. Clue me in a little bit.
So Jeff Olson, it was the drummer, the original drummer for Trouble. Jeff Oley.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So kind of has a pretty infamous past. I don't know if he's still producing albums, but there you can see the Trouble thing, that doom sort of influence. But Jeff Olson was, that guy. So
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
How to answer that question. Yeah. So to your point, Dogwood Studios is closed.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's was out in Elmira. It's always credited as Eugene because Elmira is like 15 minutes. It's on your way to the coast. So you cruise by this little rural area. I don't think anyone really went there. But if you knew who this person was, right? I think they had a friendship, Jeff and Mike. But it's just
like talking about Jeff Olson, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, was that his studio?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Dogwood Studios. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So
I didn't know.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how that came about, but like it's, to your point, it's not a large, well-known studio.
Yeah.
Like this is I don't know how it happened.
Probably in his garage. It's probably his garage studio.
Sure.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Logan. Go ahead.
So is it really just Yob as the sole recorder? Like, did he do any other bands or anything? Because I've not really heard of it outside of Yob.
I honestly, until like doing this deep dive and digging into it, like I thought it was always, you know, some sort of larger, because I know Gung Ho Studios comes in later.
Yeah.
But
no, Olsen has done other work. He's definitely done other work. Yes.
But the Dogwood Studios,
I don't. Yeah,
I'm referring to, that is gone. That's closed.
Okay. Gotcha. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I know that Olsen has done other production work on other bands. So, who off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look. But all right, Logan. So go into your notes on the album and stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, this one, as we said, I got into this last. Like I bought this specifically for the deep dive. This was one of 2 albums I kind of had to do that for. You can still buy it on eBay. Actually, there's a couple like new in shrink copies up there for like $15 from 12th Records. So this was released on 12th Records, May 13th, 2002 is the date that I have for this one coming out. And so because this is like the last Yob I got into, it's definitely not as cemented in my mind as their other albums and stuff. And because of that, maybe I'm lumping it kind of with the demo as being like, it's definitely still them with their influences on their sleeve. You can hear a lot of Sleep, hear a lot of Black Sabbath. As I said, they add a lot more variation, though, than on the demo in both vocals and guitar tone. And I think in songwriting, too, they really start to form like the Yob sound on a couple of these songs. Universal Throb is a great opener and starts kind of with that Sleep sound, but then about halfway through, there's this just crushing down-tuned guitar riff that really carries the song to the final epic jam at the end. I want to mention All the Children Forgotten is a crushing song, and it's got this one section where Mike is screaming, like really almost death metal growl. He says, "I see the beauty in life, but I don't see the dogma," and it really hits. Clear Sing is probably one of my favorite songs on the album. It's probably the most Black Sabbath-y, but it's just a fun, simple, straightforward song with a killer groove and just awesome riffs. Mike is a riff writing machine for sure. And then Revolution, which was featured on the demo, pops up here again, and is the first inclusion of that Alan Watts sound clips that they really is their bread and butter for their whole career for the most part. Great guitar solo on Revolution, but I find that it kind of wanders a little bit. Like it doesn't.
Yeah,
it's one of those songs that does not maintain my attention the whole time. And up to that point, I'm kind of like hooked in on it, and then Revolution comes around, and I like parts of it, and then I kind of drift off. Pain of Eye is a cool, crushing song, and Asleep in Samsara is, pretty awesome too, and kind of ends sounding like Caius. Like there's like a Caius jam part at the very end.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
And it's killer. To me, it's a great start, and sees the band a lot more fully formed and realized than the demo. Still kind of leaning on while still leaning on their influences. But yeah, it's just a great start, and just excited to see where they're heading. I give this one an 8.6.
Wow.
Out of 10. I think it's great because I love Sleep. I love Caius. All really the whole stoner doom scene of the early 90s. I'm a fan of, except Cathedral. But I don't really hear Cathedral too much, maybe outside of some vocal choices. But I will say Mike vocally reminds me more of Geddy Lee than a Lee Dorian. So
nice. What you got, Kellen, on this one? Elaborations.
There we go. I'm off mute. Okay. So this is probably where my opinions with this band may be a little bit more divergent than Logan's. I was not at the time, and still am not really into the stoner scene, which is probably why I had a difficult time completely buying into YOB early on in their career. For me, getting into it in the early 2000s, it almost seemed to, Sleep in particular seemed to survive on a degree of lore and mystique regarding the recording. And if I can just take a kind of quick moment to talk about like how I remember this scene.
Sure.
There was an increasing amount of kind of post-rock metal influence. Like at the same time I'm consuming YOB, you know, my friend, like I mentioned, Greg earlier, was really into ISIS. Bands like Pelican were coming out, Cult of Luna. Like there was this scene that had grabbed on to Neurosis's later career and was trying to run with it. Then you had like diehard stoner people who liked Acid King, for example, and Electric Wizard, Sleep. There was like that camp. And the one that I was kind of navigating, the other one was Sludge, which dystopia, grief. YOB did not, to Logan's point about the aggression in the vocals, they did not sit in any one of those scenes cleanly. But I feel early on they're far more attached to the stoner like framework. Their early records seem far more rooted in the like stoner vibe, stoner scene, with a bit more aggression. And it completely kind of turned me off, to be perfectly honest. The whole like album artwork vibe, like it looks like a bunch of aliens, they're smoking weed or something. Like I just
dude, they're monks transcending. They're transcendental monks, Kellen.
Okay.
Let me see it again. Let's see it.
See?
Oh, look at that. How about that? Yeah.
Actually, we could talk about YOB album covers, but this is a better one. This is a better one than some of their other ones to me.
Sure. Like, but at this point in time, if you had wanted to latch yourself to the Neurosis bandwagon, you had to come with something a bit more conceptual and deeper, right?
Deeper. Yeah.
That seemed to me is super stoner, and because of his affection towards punk music, sludge is the easiest sort of genre to grab and introduce to understanding them sonically, but they never went there. There's so much tied up in spiritualism and psychedelics that it really keeps them away from ever being a true sludge band. So early on, they just seemed so confused and just were really heavy, and we're trying to find our sound.
Right.
That's essentially what I have from early in their career.
Yep.
And it just listening to these records now, it takes me back to like listening to those iconic Sleep records, for example, and just being interested in learning about the music, but never feeling completely committed to the records.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It gave me a greater vocabulary and appreciation to what was happening in metal, what was important at the time. But like, I was far more interested in the transition for Matt Pike moving from Sleep into High on Fire. Right. Like those early Art of Self-Defense, Surrounded by Thieves, like that was a different kind of heavy music that I was being pulled towards, where YOB still seemed to be in this slower, methodical kind of, they lacked a kind of dynamic drive that I needed from metal at that time in my listening experience. So I don't have a whole lot of notes in terms of like the track listing.
That's cool. I don't have a lot either, to be honest with you. I don't get really into it until next album. So,
but I mean, it's just going to be like, it's important, I would say, because I have this like emotional connection to that time period where it's also incredibly important to my understanding of metal broadly. Like it dates a certain time in history for me, and when this music was big and important, but Yob sort of comes in on the tail end of that.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is I think when we'll get to it later, but their success and visibility today, it's an interesting sort of opportunistic moment in metal history in the 21st century, where they sort of get ushered in on the coattails of the most defining bands within the genre. But as they sort of fade from popularity, it forces Yob to sort of find a new way for them to sort of navigate songwriting that I think gives them a lifespan that has, you know, now
carry them forward.
Exactly.
Yeah, carry them forward. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Matt Pike, because I was thinking the same thing when we were talking about High on Fire and Sleep Everything. Like I said, probably what I would call the first stoner doom albums I heard were Holy Mountain and Dope Smoker, right? And as I said, they're okay. I know they're iconic albums for the genre, but for me, they're just kind of okay. They don't move the needle one way or the other. It's like if they're on, they're on. If they're not something I reach for ever. And yet I found myself somehow seeing High on Fire a lot in shows opening for other bands like Arch Enemy and Opeth and a few other bands. And I saw them open like 4 different times. Not Middian. And I mean, not Middian opened over them, but there was, I can't remember who the other band, the headliner was. And what I always found most engrossing about High on Fire, and this is going to sound really fucking weird, was watching Matt Pike up there with this giant fat belly and these pants hanging down around his pubic area. And I'm just watching him going.
He mastered the beer gut. I mean,
well, he's healthy now comparatively to then. He was in trouble, man. I mean, I actually hung out with him one night after an Opeth show, and he was so obliterated out of his mind between substances and booze that I was like, this dude is never going to live. He's never going to live to make whatever he is now. I think he's like in his early 50s. He's a little younger than I am. And, but yeah, I was far more interested in that belly. Just transfixed me while I was watching. I'm like, what the fuck is that thing? You know, just very weird. I was not into the music that much. And I still, to this day, High on Fire is kind of for me. And I think it really speaks to the fact that in the stoner doom bands, you know, that we're talking about, not the Trouble, because I don't really put them in. Trouble's a doom band that's got a lot more Sabbathy Euro sound to them, right? But when we're talking about the stoner doom bands, this is the only band of that genre, Yob, that I gravitate towards. And there's something special about them that Kellen's right. They grew as songwriters, as musicians, and I think a lot of it really started to happen right pre-breakup and after the breakup. So we'll get into that real soon here. I have a couple quick thoughts on this album. I'm going to ask you to. I did not take good notes on this, and it looks like I was falling asleep while I did this, and I did not go back and fix them. So the first song is called
Universal Throb.
Universal Throb. I have Universe Tyron. So there you go. But it says, has a Big Sky Valley doomy repetitive riff. Caius right there. Boom. All the Children's Forgotten, right?
Yeah, second song.
Interesting sludgy doom, slower plotting monster with savvy riffs, crazy nasal, high-pitched mic snarls, and odd quiet sections with the guitars. I fell asleep, guys. I was probably, honestly, I'm not lying. I think
it's kind of a one-note track, but it's a good note to me. Just
Revolution, kind of monotonous. Feels like a jam that goes on way too long. Although the solos and ending are pretty cool. Pain. What's that one? Pain what?
Oh, Pain of I.
Pain of I. I have Pain if I. It's pretty intense, very driving. Pretty slow overall. Probably my favorite track on there. Asleep in Samsara opens with intense death extreme vocals, but goes into a lengthy quiet section that is kind of a snoozy tune, then kicks back up and ends quite suddenly in a jammy doomy soup. I give this a 6.5, and only because I like the tones. The recording is fairly good. It's competent, but it's nothing special. And again, if I had heard the demo and this album first, I'd have been out. I just would have been out. I never would have. I highly doubt I would have ever. Maybe if I ran across them somewhere and I'd been like, oh shit, that's that same band, maybe that would have happened. But it's highly unlikely I'd have bought anything going forward if that's all I'd heard. So,
So
not a great start.
yeah.
Not a great start, but we're now moving in the right direction, right, for the next album. So we'll just continue the same way we've been going. Do you have this on vinyl or CD?
I have this one on vinyl, and this is actually, but Kellen has the original CD that was released. My vinyl is a relapse repress that came out in 2014, I believe.
Let's see yours, Kellen.
So,
Okay, hold on. Get all my stuff around the table. So I have actually different versions of this than plural. So this here is the back in the day Kellen's whatever in college Catharsis release. I mean, once again, independent label. The artwork here is probably not the nothing too spectacular. And I have
horrible though.
Right. I mean, to be perfectly honest, like there's a certain amount of charm in these these independent releases, right? Or smaller label. And then the other one that I have is this is the first time it made it to vinyl, and we get.
Oh wow!
Oh dude,
yeah,
I've never seen that.
Yeah, so this is a pressing in 2007. I want to say 2007.
Limited.
Yeah, it was. I don't. Obviously, it's the first time I think this record got the updated YOB logo.
Yeah.
But Creation Records put it out. And because I had such a close experience with this record, 2007, 2008 is when I started collecting vinyl. So when this went to a vinyl press, I wanted to grab it. I kind of dug the artwork. We get the updated logo that we get later with Metal Blade. So anyway, if you want me to, I think it's got a cool little variant sort of look to it.
Wow, I like that, man.
Yeah.
And you got that back when it came out?
Yeah. So
did you get it in Eugene?
Yep. House of Records.
Nice. Look at you.
I used to live on 12th on Ferry, for anyone who's watching this from the area, which is like 2 blocks from the record store. So
that'd be dangerous.
Yeah. So essentially you pick up your check from work.
Yeah.
And, I didn't make it far. Yeah. But they're like great people. They were able to hunt down all sorts of strange releases for me. So
did you say they're still there?
They're still there.
Cool.
This is a 50th year celebration. So
didn't Mike work there?
I don't know. He worked. The one mention that I saw was a guitar store.
Oh, maybe it was a guitar store.
In Eugene, which is famous
for some reason. He worked at that record store though too, which is weird. So, look at this.
Were you guys neighbors?
No, I think I'm guessing he's talking about Portland.
Portland. Okay.
Yeah, but this is Eugene.
All right. Did you have any thoughts on elaboration? Or wait, did we do that already? No, we did do that.
I think Logan was just talking about
we're at Catharsis.
Yeah. Which I got the history. I got the history and stuff. So, dude, this early part of YOB's history before they, had the breakup and reformation and stuff, they were really just pumping it out. Like they did the first 4 albums in 4 years. So they wasted no time. Went right back with Jeff Olson and Dogwood Studios to record Catharsis in 2003, and it came out October 14th, 2003 on Abstract Sounds. It was the same lineup of Gabe on drums and Izumu on bass. And apparently leading up to the recording, though, and this probably contributes to a member change, Gabe ended up in a car accident and essentially had to relearn how to play the drums leading up to it. So that kind of delayed it a little bit, though not much, since it was still released within a year of elaborations. Yeah, Mike, there's a cool interview I read where Mike was talking about recording and mastering it with Jeff Olson and how complicated and awful it was trying to master the title track at the end, 23 minutes.
Yeah.
And he said that if they messed it up, they had to redo it from scratch. And it was like they tried it 9 times.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know
make it perfect. I mean, because I don't know what like equipment they had back in 2003, but wasn't digital.
Well, you didn't. I'm trying to think.
It sounded like he made it seem like it was like tapes and stuff that they were.
Yeah, it probably was
dubbing over.
Yeah, it was 2-inch analog, but they had computers back then, but you didn't have Pro Tools, not the way you do now.
Yeah, it wasn't like you could separate out all the different pieces
Right.
of music and layer it. But yeah, this was a relapse pressing that I think Tad Doyle actually remastered it for relapse. So I have not heard the pressing that Kellen has, or the version that Kellen has. So I don't know if like the sound is distinctly different or not. But is it?
I would
have you
say
heard them both?
the difference that we'll talk about probably that's greatest is on Atma. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah.
But the production between on the one that you have there and this one, that to my ears is
Pretty similar.
lesser so.
Yeah. Cool.
So did you hit the tracks?
No. Yeah, I'm about to.
Okay.
No, you're good. For me, all of YOB's catalog kind of really is great. Like none of it falls below an 8, really. But there are 2 different types of albums in their catalog. Either you're engaged the whole duration and you're like emotionally invested and you feel like you're in the music, or there's a song that kind of overstays its welcome and you kind of fall out of that music and you kind of just end up just sitting there and trying to get back into that mindset of being like fully engaged. And
yeah, that's a great way.
It just doesn't work, and you kind of are left feeling like you're missing out, and you lose connection during the duration of the album, really. And for me, Catharsis is the ultimate definition of that in their catalog. So, Kellen, I'm interested to hear your take. But the first song, Eons, it just, to me, it just doesn't really, it is Eons. Doesn't really go where I kind of want it to go. It's one that I always struggle with whenever I put it on. It's it's slow, methodically heavy, and like I enjoy it, but it's 18 minutes long, and about the halfway mark, I start to drift off a little bit, and I kind of lose it until track number 2, Ether, is kind of like the antidote to Eons. It's like a 7-minute, which is a short song by YOB standards. It's a 7-minute quick ripper, really. It's got a killer groove to it. It's got like a jammier section as well. And it also has that classic YOB tempo change, where the guitar will play through and then the song takes on an entirely different face and purpose after the tempo change. And it's a mosh-worthy song. I'd mosh to Ether, no issues. The title track is definitely like reminiscent of the first song, Eons, but it feels more purposeful and driving, like it's actually taking you to a location that you want to end up at. And there's a beautiful motif that kind of plays throughout that I can kind of connect to. The amount of reverb and stuff that is on that song is amazing too. And then the final 3 minutes of it is just absolutely crushing. So it's like a 23-minute song. 20 minutes are just like kind of beautiful and that slower meandering, but still very purposeful. And it builds up from this beautiful atmosphere to like pure toxic intensity at the last 3 minutes. And it really is very cathartic. It ends on a crushing and ultimately cathartic high note. So to me, there is some YOB excess, but this is YOB finding their sound. Like I think like that part's
For
exciting,
sure.
and that part makes this album easily. It's an 8.4 for me. So I still really dig it a lot, and
Cool.
I revisit it a lot because of I think how challenging it is. It makes it an interesting listen. You know, like I want to hear if it might sound different from time to time when I re-listen to it.
Yeah, I think the point you made about there being you said three types of YOB tracks, right? Or three,
Like two types of albums where it's like the
or two
one
types of albums, right?
you're hooked the whole time and you're buying
Right.
in on everything, and then the other one there's points in it where you kind of get lost and it
Yes.
feels like they're a little more meandering,
Yeah.
and then you lose
Yep.
emotional connection
Yep,
to the music.
that's a great way of putting it. That's definitely how I kind of view, especially the earlier stuff rather than latter stuff. The first four albums, that's where I'm at, precisely with what you said. The latter four, I'm a lot more connected to. So, Kellen, what you got on Catharsis?
Yeah, I really like the point you made, Logan, about how quickly these turnarounds are. Like, while this is for me a record where we see a degree of growth as a band, and I like it more than elaborations, a good deal more than elaborations. The fact that there's just a year turnaround between all these records, you don't see like a dramatic shift in improvement. And so, while I don't know if that's just how hungry they were as a young band, or they're trying to capitalize on what they saw as, potential breakthrough, but while this is a nice little upgrade, one of the more consistent things about the early four records, to Jeff's point, is later on there's a greater degree of improvement or new wrinkles to their sound that are introduced because they have a little bit more time to sort of improve themselves as songwriters. So, I actually, it was interesting going back and listening to this. I don't have too much more to add. This, in some ways, I look at the track listing just having 3 songs, and I feel like it's their attempt at, Sleep, Jerusalem, Dope Smoker. Like, we're just going to give you 3 tracks that give you almost 50 minutes.
Close to it, yeah.
And just kind of dive in and enjoy the ride sort of deal. I did feel, though, this is going to be a consistent theme for the first 4 records, is they are, I think, shedding more and more of a stoner vibe as we go along here. So a lot of the sort of softer, lingering, psychedelic, wandering stuff, I feel starts to, in terms of the riff writing, Mike as a lead or solo guitarist, though, is still sort of finding his way. I don't think he has a whole lot of answers in terms of what kind of personality he wants to introduce to this band. Being still, I think he's about 30 years old at this time period. So it's probably transitioning from being a bassist, moving to a not only lead guitarist, but, lead chief songwriter. I think his abilities as a guitarist is still relatively fundamental. He understands like how to divide a song or how it should sort of grow, fall apart, build back up. But in the transitions, how a lead guitarist can help guide that, I think he's still figuring out. It improves a little bit here, but it's not nearly what we get later on. So it's still, I like it a whole lot more than elaborations, but relative to where their catalog is headed, they've got a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, I agree. I got some more specific track notes on this one than this is where I started to really kind of like lock in a little bit more. But I will say that this is probably my, other than the elaborations, it's probably my second to the bottom. It's probably my least, favorite in terms of that. I would, if we were ranking them, I would put this down around 7, I would think, not including the demo. So Aeons is a slow burning beast of a track that slithers and creeps around into your ear holes and deep into the synapses, slowly sedating your waking mind into a hypnotic stew of whispered, howled, and bellowed goodness. This is kind of a favorite Yob track on all the albums. I really do like this song quite a bit. It's a quiet behemoth, obvious sleep and high on fire nods, with bits of psychedelic head creeps for good measure. The only bummer is the clean bluesy solo towards the end, which speaks to what you're talking about, Kellen. It doesn't fit the song. It's kind of weird. It stands out too much, and it's pretty basic for the song, I would say. Either much heavier, faster tempo, sludgy, doomier, and has a lot more of Mike's vocals in the mix. Killer stoner riffage sounds pretty good, although I could have used a little less vocal more prominently in the mix, to be honest with you. The wah-wah section allows the rhythm section to blow, meaning to go off, right? And then this is a thrasher by comparison to Eon. So we're off to a good start. And then I hate to say it, man, Catharsis, man, loses me. It's one of those tracks where I get lost after 7 minutes. I'm just like, okay, starts mellow and drifting with a few early crescendos floating on by most of this for most of the early part of this track until about 8 minutes in when the vocal starts. This is an oddly happy song versus the usual more doomy melancholia of their catalog. What's it saying? Whispered, filtered vocals section around 17 minutes is kind of cool, but this track doesn't do much for me after about the first 7 to 10 minutes. At 23 minutes, it's just too bloated. And while it started cool, it ended kind of in a boring fashion for me. I do like the vocal effects at the end of the song, but it's just too long and too meh in the second half. So I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10 simply because I think the 2 tracks that begin it are pretty strong, but I just don't think Catharsis, the title track, I don't see myself ever wrapping my head around that and going, yeah, this is an awesome song. As you said, Logan, they tend to write long songs. Rarely do you find a Yob song under 10 minutes. And when you get into that 15, 18, 22, 25-minute length, you better have something interesting going on to keep my attention there. Especially my ADHD attention, which is getting worse as I get older. So maybe when I was 20, it wouldn't have been that way. But that track just really kind of tailed off hard for me and didn't do much. But I'll still give it a 7 out of 10, which I don't think is a terrible mark. So
no, it was cool hearing you guys' take on that. Because Kellen, honestly, I thought you were gonna rank it kind of high because that was the first album you got from them. And I always feel like that recency bias or that what you come into a band with is always higher up.
Strong. It's usually a strong thing, yeah. Okay. You're muted.
Yeah, there's something there's a lot about it that I love, but exploring this catalog, in terms of chronology this past, week or so, it's given me a little bit more insight. Now, I should say, and for full transparency, there was a whole lot of drugs in my life at this point in time. And I love, we were like tripping on some sort of psychedelics for where I was in Eugene, living at the time, going to school. One of our favorite things to do was, we would walk down Agate, which is like a street that goes to the river in Eugene. We lived probably 4 or 5 blocks from the river. that you would cross you cross this bridge.
Yeah.
You hit the Autzen Stadium, which is the Mackenzie River.
I've seen that. Yeah.
And so we would walk down to the bridge, and you could peel off to the side, because in the summer people would go swimming in the river, and just like watching water at night is one of our things we would love to do. Yeah. And this is perfect music for that, right?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Like for me to talk about this kind of music without drug culture feels a little bit disingenuous. Not because you need to be listening to it, but I think it's also a part of the scene, to be perfectly honest, right?
Yeah.
And at this point in my life, it was very much a part of my life. So for a lot of these records, I have certain memories of like partying with my friends, whatever, experimenting with different sort of substances. But I think to some degree, I don't want to provide a disservice to the quality of their music, because here I am no longer doing that and still love these records.
Right, right.
At the time, like I have so many fun memories.
But it's hard to separate, right?
Right.
It's hard to separate where you were at. And
sure. I want to be able, like, for people who knew me at that point in time, we can share those memories. And I have that time period of my life with these records.
Right.
And it was a lot of, I didn't have the same kind of obstacles when you're in that state, right, that I probably do now, right? So
yeah, like a 23 minute long song, you're like, bring that shit on.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I want to, because that'll come back into this conversation later on. It's because I have some important memories with this band that are going to come down the road, but it is also during this time period when I was getting into this music, something that was a part of my life. And it's not just sort of the experiences in terms of like substance use, but also like it gives me a place, a geography, certain like those sort of things ground you in a way that makes up your memory. So
man. I mean, I have some of those memories like more with alcohol related, because I didn't do a lot of drugs as a younger person. I never really did a lot of drugs. I mean, other than cocaine one weekend, and I never did psychedelics. I've never done psychedelics. It was something that I was interested in, but I was always a little too scared to go there. So, and that's probably because of my mental makeup with regards to anxiety and being out of, not feeling in my realm of being in control. I was always fearful that, oh my God, something bizarre is going to happen. I'm going to end up taking all my clothes off and jumping off a bridge or something crazy. So that's why I didn't do them. But I often think, man, I still think about microdosing mushrooms just now, even just to see with my condition if it would help it. But anyway, I can imagine though, listening to this music, being part of that scene and being part of that culture at the time, there's a lot of imagery and experience there that's just you can't separate your life from, and you wouldn't want to, really. Why would you want to? As long as it wasn't, you didn't end up in jail or killing somebody or doing something horrible. And there are people that have those experiences in life, and so going there is a bad place. But it doesn't sound like for you that it's a bad place because you've moved beyond it.
No, yeah, it just in so many ways we remember. I mean, Logan's not that far from this, but for me, remembering what it felt like to be 20 years old, like there's a certain amount of things going on in my life at that time. So the fact that this band, in 2003, I'm 19, 2004, I'm 20 years old. So, it just, I wanted to put that as a frame of reference because all of that encompasses my experience with this band in relationship to, Eugene, and the records that we're talking about here.
Yeah, you have a really unique experiential and time and place sort of relationship to this band and this music that we don't really have. You know what I mean? And that's what's so cool. And that's why I think we talked about this way back. I was like, are any of these bands ones you'd want to jump in on? And you're like, yeah, the one I think I might want to do is YOB. And then we got moved beyond it. And then dawned on me in talking to Logan. I'm like, fuck, I gotta convince Kellen he's got to be on for this. So, all right, we'll move on. We'll get into illusion of motion, which you want to get into that one, sir?
Yep. So we got it right here. You notice a new addition. We got a logo. So,
yes, sir.
This is the introduction of a logo designed by I got it written over here, Mike Fairchild. Which the name sounds familiar, but I don't remember. I don't know off the top of my head if he did anything else of note. So, with leading up to this album, I guess after the car accident that he was in leading up to Catharsis, Gabe, their drummer, left, and we are introduced to Travis Foster, who is a familiar name.
Yeah.
He's still the current YOB drummer. He's just an impressive drummer. So he pops in towards the beginning of the recording for this album. They part ways with Abstract Sounds and sign with Metal Blade. The band, for the writing of this album, they really kind of pushed the extremes of both, with writing their shortest song and like maybe most up-tempo song with Doom 2, and also their longest song, which still to this day is their longest, the title track, clocking in at 26 minutes and 10 seconds. Once again, also recorded at Dogwood Studios with Jeff Olson. The album was released on Metal Blade October 19th, 2004. So sticking with that, like, back-to-back years of releases. But to me, yeah, you guys were talking about the growth of this band, and there is a significant amount of growth between Catharsis and the Illusion of Motion. I mean, like, this band just jumped in songwriting, and a chief example is the opening track, Ball of Molten Lead, which one of their best songs. If I were to make like a top 5, which I might have for YOB songs, Ball of Molten Lead would be on that list for sure. It's just one of those classic YOB songs, which if you were like, hey, here's this band, check out a couple of their songs, you would have to have Ball of Molten Lead as being one of them. The riff is just kick-ass. There's so many changing time signatures that happen so fluidly. Like, you don't even notice that these time signatures happen. It doesn't jolt you. You're just engaged the whole time. And the song really has different states within it. Like, it's got the first part with that killer main riff, that there's actually is a chorus that is kind of memorable, where he's screaming the ball of molten, and then comes back and again, and ball of molten lead, and he really kind of lets the Mike Scheidt bear out a little bit. The ending portion of the song is amazing. It gets my blood pumping like no other. Kellen, you're a runner. I run a little bit myself. I went running with this album in preparation for the stream, and I was trying to maintain like not a crazy pace, like 8 to 8 minute and 30-second mile pace. Then that section came on, and I was I was going at about 6-minute miles, and I totally exhausted myself and ruined the run.
Nice going.
Because of just how killer that outro part is. I mean, when the guitar shines, like stands alone, it's just amazing. And then when the other musician, like the drums and the bass, come back in, it's just so crushing. Exorcism of the Host kind of slows it down a little bit from Ball of Molten Lead, and really it hits like a funeral doom intensity.
Yeah.
Like, I think so. You can make an argument that this era of YOB, like these next 2 albums, they were really like flirting with extreme metal. Like, they weren't just like stoner or doom. They were really adding in some extreme metal influences. And I'd be curious to hear from like Mike, like what band he was like listening to kind of convince him to slow down and just go this intense. One that came to mind was Esoteric. I honestly heard a bunch of Esoteric in this album and the next one.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
yeah, I'll dive into. I think it comes through a little bit more on the Unreal, but also another killer riff change up in Exorcism of the Host. Also great song. Doom 2, the speed is back, kind of similar to Ether on Catharsis, except a little bit more fleshed out, and continuing with that intensity that they started with A Ball of Molten Lead. Very rhythmically driven, very much gives a chance for Travis and to show off his drumming, essentially. And then the title track, 26 minutes, it's gargantuan. It is tough to digest, but it does not delve into the territory of eons from Catharsis. It's not the Yob song where I find myself kind of bored or lost. I'm able to kind of stick with it, and I think it's kind of because they break it down into 3 parts. The first part is a slow yet atmospherically beautiful opening section, 10 minutes long. The second part is they slow it down even slower, and they bring those funeral doom kind of elements back, and Mike is really just letting it all out vocally, really screaming. And then the final 7 minutes is just an epic jam. Really, it kind of harkens back to elaborations of Carbon a little bit. There's a epic riff that careens the song forward and releases that 20 minutes of tension that is built up to that point. Killer guitar solos, and just he really starts layering on the guitar effects, and I'd be interested to see like what kind of pedals and stuff he starts bringing in, because you can definitely tell that he's doing a lot more experimentation with the instrument on this album and that song in particular. But this is Yob right here. We're there. I give this a 9 out of 10. Easy contender for maybe my 4th favorite in their catalog, I think.
Cool. We got Lee mentioned that he's seen Yob twice.
Sweet.
And such a powerful experience. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Now, to this point, none of us have any of us seen them live. Have you seen them live to this point now, Kellen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. On the previous album or on this one, or?
Yeah. So the first show back before they did the Ara Heart tour, they did the opening show at Wow Hall, which I'll get into when we get to that record. But yeah.
No. What I meant was, had you seen them live for this record?
Yes.
Oh, you have. Okay.
Yeah.
So what was your first show? What record?
So they were open. It was 2004. I think they were opening for ISIS.
And it would have been for this album then. Okay, gotcha. Okay. And that's a great pairing right there. ISIS and Yob, I think, is a good pairing for sure.
Yeah.
That's weird though. I've seen ISIS like 9 or 10 times, and I never they were always probably a West Coast band at that point. They probably didn't get East yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit of misconception as to how big Yob was back in 2000. You know what I mean?
Not very big. Very big. Yeah. More of a local West Coast type thing.
Yeah, they were like growing in popularity, and I think I totally. Do you want me to jump in with my impressions?
Yeah. It's time for you to go anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know, and it's all good. I totally agree. The intensity here is picked up. And we should probably mention, like, Mike's vocal personalities.
Man,
like,
there's a lot of them.
Right. He's got that, like, more nasal sort of sung voice. He's got, like, a higher register scream. Right. But to Logan's point, like, when he wants to bellow, like, really get in there, like, he's got an incredible, deep, strong voice. Now Phil's in there talking about mentioning New Orleans. I'm guessing he's referring to the New Orleans sludge scene as
probably
a source of extremity. And and that's completely fair, because I think in terms of intensity, that's where they're pulling from. I know Mike's a fan of like extreme metal across the board, like death metal, black metal, etc. The thing about Yob, though, that never let me like get to the I Hate Gods of the world is you listen to I Hate God, and it's like, I'm strung out on heroin, I want to slit my wrists and drink a gallon of bleach. Like that's the I Hate God emotion, right? Like
Yeah.
I don't get that with Yob.
Nope.
They're much more in the like spiritual journey, life hardship kind of vein, right? Which makes them lean a little bit more towards the sort of stoner side of things. But anyway, I guess this record though does pick up the pace. We should probably mention it's a move till Metal Blade.
That's right. He did say that. Yeah.
Okay. Which I thought, even I've seen Mike talk about in interviews, him being like, this is an odd, you really want to sign up? Yeah.
That's an odd pairing. You're right.
But I don't know if that was part of the reason for them to sort of pick up the pace and drive a little bit more sort of upbeat tempos to this record. But that's the major thing that I walked away from. I totally agree. The opening track, Ball Molten Lead, is the standout here, and the one that, like, when I was going through this chronology, it was like, okay, we've changed into something different. So besides that, I still think like what's holding this band back is Mike's solo guitar work is still somewhat confused. So I like the change in dynamic in terms of like having a little bit more range in terms of song pacing, but I still think once again, we only have a year turnaround here. So it's interesting that they've really made a decided point to pick up sort of a little bit of the pacing with this record. But outside of that, I don't see too much of a dynamic shift. I know that they're really leaning into this, moving to a major label. If they're first sort of moving out of independent ones, but listening to it here more recently, I still kind of like feel it's a band that is yet unrealized, leaving a little bit of their stoner history in the past, moving into something a little bit more aggressive, but still not a fully realized identity as a band.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like this is the album that they got it together. Like it's all the parts are coalescing here. Is it perfected yet? No, I wouldn't say that. I think he gets off to a killer start with Molten Ball Lead, heavy as balls, those riffs in the rhythm section, locking in, riding that track out. And Mike's voice is eerie and gnarly all at the same time. Great opening track. Do I put it in my top 5? Probably not, but it's definitely a top track, but it's not my favorite on this album. Exorcism, the second song, fucking massive, full of death doom, heaviness, melody, making just a killer track, and the vocal range from nasal howls to death growls there, and that's what you guys were talking about, that range, that dynamic range. Just he's going from the nasal howls to the death growls that are as guttural as any death metal band you're going to hear, and some of the screams are just as harrowing as most black metal vocalists on there, especially the one on the fade out. But it gets mellower as it progresses, and then as those, it has Mike solos on there, which I don't really note. I just said that Mike solo. Anyways, I'm confused by my own notes there. They get better. For some reason, the first 4 albums, my notes are a little jumbled. I didn't go back and fix them, but that Exorcism is just a beastly track, man. That's my favorite track on the album. Doom 2, kind of a doom thrash song in a weird way. The highest amp track. Mike's voice is a mix of deranged insanity. The sections where the guitar drops out is psychedelic and trippy and disorienting good stuff, heavily grooving. Illusions of Motion is a waking, lumbering beast that builds to an unreal climax, kicking your face, and it grinds you slowly into dust as Mike wails in his higher voice with death growls in a call response sort of vibe. I like this one a lot, but it's not a mind blower. More meditative metal than anything else. I'm going to give this an 8 out of 10. I probably might even go a little higher. Let's go an 8.25 on this one. There's a lot really to like here, and there's no question it's the first realization of where YOB is going to head fully. Is it fully realized? For the time, yes, it is fully realized. But where's it going to go from here? Well, there's a trajectory that is taking it upward. And as you guys had mentioned, these albums came out all very, very quickly, right on top of each other. There starts to be a separation in the timing now as we go forward soon. And then we have the split, and then things really quite dynamically change, in my opinion. So that's where the YOB that I really dig starts to happen. So, but I do like this one. It's probably of all the first 4 albums. First 4, is that right?
Yeah.
Wait. First
before the split, right? Because it's been
before
4.
Midian. Yeah, before Midian. Was there 4 or is there 3?
Carbon, Catharsis, Motion, and then we're going to get into
and then Unreal, right? Yeah. So of all the first 4, I got to be honest with you, this is probably my favorite of those 4. Because we'll get on Unreal in a minute here. Unreal has a couple of things going on with it that I didn't totally love. So, and then we're here. We're at Unreal.
Boom, right here.
There you go.
Another Metal Blade album. This is a repress that they did. I think they did represses for both this one and also Illusion of Motion, which I haven't tracked down that one yet, but pretty solid. This one, let's see. Keeping with the quick pace of releases, this one also recorded, of course, Dogwood Studios, Jeff Olson. Was released August 23rd, 2005 on Metal Blade. The lineup was constant here. Travis Foster on drums, Izumu on bass. I just want to show off my pressing. Since Depeche Commode's in the chat, he can ogle my fancy vinyl. Light blue variant. But this is, to me, it's a fair climax for this first era of YOB, I think. Like they definitely built up to this, and this is YOB diving even more into that extreme metal, you know? Like this is extreme metal YOB right here. And this is, I think, you could make the argument that maybe being on Metal Blade pushed them to this, and maybe they weren't comfortable writing, this music right here. I don't know. It's kind of one of those what if scenarios, if you will. But this one is even more intense, urgent, and heavier than Illusion of Motion. And I've heard Mike call this their angriest album, and without a doubt, it definitely it's seething, but not in like an anger directed at people. It's more like a self-loathing kind of anger, like the stuff that you're trying to work through, and it's like a cathartic anger, maybe. Quantum Mystic is also another great opener. I really like, they have this killer stop-start riff.
Yeah.
And they'll just have these breaks in the song where like nothing happens and then it comes back in. And I think that shows a lot of creativity in songwriting to have these like pauses, because they use the pause to like move the song forward, to bring a riff back in, or even make the song heavier. And it makes it seem like it's moving at a faster speed too when they go up to a pause and then bring it back in. There's a lot of cool flourishes in the riff writing. I think like Mike seems like he's starting to do a bit more when he's creating like the rhythmic pattern for a riff. Like he's getting a little bit more creative than just playing the same thing over and over again. Dude, Grasping Air is a top Yob song for me. Top 5 for sure. It is extreme. It's insanely heavy. It has such a crawling and haunting atmosphere, and it's visceral. Like you gotta check this song out if you don't know Grasping Air. I just love the name itself. I mean, it brings to mind a violent image, someone past the point of gasping for air. It brings like the image is someone who's so desperately trying to cling to life and so filled with fear of what's to come that they're literally violently grasping at nothingness. There's even in the background though of this song, there's a haunting melody. You know, like there's a lot going on in the background.
Is there a female vocalist on this track?
I don't think so.
It sounds like it, but I didn't have the. Is there anything in the production notes about anyone adding backing vocals?
No, I didn't see anything.
So it must be Mike's voice. It sounds like a female vocal, like a haunting female vocal on it.
Yeah, I think that it might just be either his voice or even like some effects that they have going on in the back, you know, because it really is one of those songs that you can like delve into and find more on each successive listen. And it's also one of those where it seems like it ends and then they bring that riff back heavier for like the final closing minute of it, and it's awesome. Shit, I knew this was gonna happen. I have too many notes. There we go. I got it. Track 3, Cosmos, is it's like the one track that I come back to the least, but it's probably just because it's sandwiched between 3 great songs, still immensely heavy, builds to a great riff, and really shows off Mike's songwriting ability a lot more. I mean, like literally, you can make an argument that the first 5 minutes of this 10-minute song is all just the build-up to the actual, kind of verse riff section. Mental Tyrant is immense even by Yob standards. It's 18 minutes, and it's probably them at their most funeral doom. This is where I wrote, sounds like esoteric. I think there's definitely some similarity here between these two bands. It's kind of like the title track Illusion in Motion from the last one, where there's 3 distinct sections. There's the kind of more beautiful slow-paced opening section, and then there's that pulverizing funeral doom middle part where it just keeps getting more intense, and Mike keeps layering on these incredible screams and stuff. And then it finally just explodes at the 16-minute mark with this crushing chug riff that kind of ends the whole album. It might be Yob's heaviest song, truthfully. And then it explodes at the very end into the ether, or like in some transcendental chanting and like throat singing. Very, very Yob-like ending for sure. To me, this album is showing Yob firing on all cylinders, songwriting-wise, and definitely their angriest and most extreme. I don't know, just a lot more creativity I find with this one. This is probably my second favorite of theirs overall, and I'd give this a 9.5. So
wow, that's number 2.
Fucking love this one. Yeah, number 2.
Wow. All right, Kellen, you're up, man.
Okay, so at this point, I was kind of just going back to 2005. I was kind of bored of the Yob train. To be perfectly honest, I agree with Logan that this is, and especially from their early, like maybe in the entire catalog, there's one that will compete with it, but they're most extreme and intense. I guess the one thing that I would bring up as a difference in my interpretation that kept them from ever becoming like a really expansive sort of Neurosis style band or a band like Esoteric or other sort of funeral doom bands. Is this always felt like a 3-piece to me? Like there was always something about their sound that felt like nuts and bolts, 3 guys, which to their credit makes their live show, I think, a great transition from their records. Is as punishing and as heavy as this can be at times, it always felt like just a 3-piece in a room putting together some songs, and that to some degree always limited the scope of their records. And that's not necessarily a detraction, because later on I think it serves as like this, I can't believe there's only a couple of people putting this together kind of feel. But
especially live.
Early on, as punishing as these records sound, I at this point I was kind of confused with what they were going for. And in my own listening habits, I'm fully into death metal and black metal back in 2005. So I wasn't looking for extreme metal from this band. I was kind of confused as to I was looking for from them. And this one was probably like one of the more challenging ones for me to get into. I should go back and spend some more time listening to it. I still don't have a physical copy of it. But at some point, like I kind of checked out with YOB and thought like, and once again, I regret this, but I thought like, okay, I'm kind of done with this kind of genre. I was far more into like more traditional doom. And I was kind of letting go of the sludge and stoner thing, which I think to some degree was happening through metal broadly.
You're right. It was. Yep.
I think the styles and trends had started to shift, and I was definitely a participant in that change. Mm-hmm. So I still have a difficult time getting into this record, but I completely agree with Logan. Like the intensity of this it's like continued the progression that Illusions of Motions gave us. It's super intense. I just don't know, A, if I wanted that from this band, and 2, back in 2005, I was kind of burnt out on this as an idea or a concept artistically to explore. But like, I also want to point out here, we're starting to get into a track listing flow and formula for YOB.
Very good point.
I think we start to see here like this intro track that develops a theme. The second track tends to be super like intense and punishing. And the middle ground, is where a lot of these records will succeed or fail. But how well does the epic closer sort of end the show?
Man, that's so good. You nailed it.
I think that's a theme that we're going to find in these upcoming YOB records, and they will sort of succeed and fail as to how well they can execute that formula.
Agreed. That's, man, you really nailed it. You put that into such a complex way of the way that I kind of think about these albums too. Now, so for example, on this album, it starts out with Quantum Mystic, which is just that ambient swirling intro gives way to pummeling sheets of riffs, droning riffs that are mesmerizing. This is a live favorite. They tend to do this one live a lot. Looking back at track listings and set lists and whatnot, I can totally understand why, because the grooves and riffs are so nasty yet catchy. Mike's nasal snarl sounds so lethal, and when it hits that gnarly fucking groove, it's just pummeling, man. It just comes at you like a freight train. No question, one of YOB's most skull-crushing monsters, a 9.8 out of 10. The only detraction kind of goes against what Logan was talking about, and that is it has a lot of moments of halting, like that halting, pausing thing. And I that actually doesn't work for me like it does for you. I would have preferred it be, because the pauses are odd. They're almost at like odd times in the, I'm like grooving, and then it's like, okay, we're back in. Okay, we're back in. And it just it does that to me, and I'm like, okay, that's the only part of the song that just I wish kind of wasn't that way. Maybe I just need to listen to it more, because this one and the Illusion Emotions are the first two. The back half of the catalog was always stuff that I was like, oh, I got to get to that. I got to get to that. And I didn't until we did this deep dive. And I really love Quantum Mystic, but that's the one thing I would change. I would maybe space those pauses out a little better. Grasping Air, droning opening cascade of chords gives way to a broken, monotonous, harsh vocal grooving on a slow tempo with moaning riffs that stay steady as a female voice enters. I swear I hear a female voice. Maybe I was listening to it when I was half asleep and I just heard something that isn't there. I say it's doom-tacular. So yeah, that funeral doomy sort of vibe, definitely on that track. Cosmos has a desert stoner doom vibe, and swings like a motherfucker. Groovier than it has any right to be, and invokes Sabbath, Caius, St. Vitus, Sleep, Holy Mountain, another monster of a track. And here's where this plays into what Kellen was saying. On the last album was Illusion Emotion that was 26 minutes, right? And this song, Mental Tyrant, is how long?
19 or something.
19. I really like the song, but it gently rolls in on watches of phased out. Mike loves that phaser, man. He loves to put that on his clean guitar, that washy, chorusy thing that's coming at you. Beautiful sound for a guitar. One of my favorites. That slowly set you up for the black hole of doom that crushes on, and it almost has a spaghetti western theme vibe about 5-6 minutes into it. You almost get I can almost hear it being like background music as the guys are riding off in the desert on their horses on a spaghetti western. I mean, it's got that weird vibe to it for a little while, right? And then it goes in the section where the death growls. Hold on, I'm sorry. A spaghetti western vibe theme as it progresses. Then goes into a section where the death growls become prominent, and almost a spoken word cleaner vocal snarls in the background over a creepingly slow crawling set of riffs that undulate and hang on long pauses into head cracking heavy chordal drones that remind me a bit of Boris or Sun. I heard a little bit of like Absolute Go and Vomit. What's it called? Vomit. Second Boris album with the frog on it. Vomit something. Anyways, can't remember. Vomit Fourth. Is that what it is?
The chat will let us know here.
There's too much Boris to keep track of. Is all I know.
I was gonna say. I mean, wait till we do the Boris catalog, guys. It's fucking insane. And I had to dip out.
Give me a year for that one.
I had to dip out. Yeah, we need a year. We'd have to do it in like increments or something. That'd be a good one for Kellen to actually do all the inserts and stuff on his channel with. But all right, so this album's crazy heavy and pretty wildly varied, but the first 3 tracks are the stars for me. I like Tyrant, but I feel it goes on about 7 to 10 minutes too long, to be honest. I like the last 4 minutes of it, but I could have done without about 7 to 10 minutes in the middle. That grinding riff, that staccato weird thing, and all those voices processed at the end is pretty cool, though. I will admit that the end of Tyrant's pretty badass. This is a monster of an album. The guitar tone is gargantuan, the bass tone mammoth, the drumming always in the pocket. Mike's vocal ranging from nasal. Oops, hang on. God damn it. Get out of there. Where was I at? Fuck.
Still Mental Tyrant, right?
Yeah. Mike's vocals range from nasal banshee howls to insanely deep gutturals, watery cleans, and harrowing screams. The only negative is Tyrant really should have been a bit shorter. That because of the repetitiveness, and that detracts a little bit. This is an 8.5 out of 10 for me. Probably
still pretty good. What did you give Illusion again?
Illusions was an 8.
Okay, so you did like this one better than Illusion.
You stepped up, and I might even go as far as an 8.75 on this. I probably would. Tyrant just, if we'd have knocked 7 to 10 minutes of Tyrant off in the middle, I would have been cool with it. But we're coming up on the tracks and the albums that the closers are just fucking bangers. You know, they're just bangers. So
Absolutely.
yeah, if I was ranking this,
Like in like right top middle kind of.
I'm probably honestly putting it at 5th.
You can separate first 4, last 4.
I do,
and then
yeah,
the
I do.
Midian is right in the middle.
Yeah, then
You know.
this would be number 5. Yeah, this is gonna be number 5 because the next 4 albums are gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll see how they flesh out, but that's just how they work for me. You know what I mean? It's not that I don't like the first half of the catalog because I really do, but it's not. I definitely, like you said, I would separate their catalog in my hierarchy as 2 separate things: pre-Midian, post-Midian. So, and we're almost at Midian. So, we are at Midian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, talk about what happened here. I'm going to dip out for 1 minute. And I'll be right back. So,
Okay.
keep going until I come back.
I'll do my best. So, this is the Midian album, Age Eternal, and actually a lot of tumultuous stuff kind of led up to this release. So, what did I say? Unreal Never Lived was released October or late summer of 2005. So in July of 2005, before Unreal Never Lived was released, both Travis and Izumu told Mike that they were essentially leaving the band. And so YOB essentially was already kind of broken up before Unreal actually ever hit. So I don't think they ever toured on Unreal. Like, were you paying attention to that whole thing, Kellen? Or you were checked out?
Yeah, so I remember having a conversation with the friend I mentioned earlier, Greg, who interviewed Mike regarding this time period. But I don't know in terms of if they ever toured the album. I don't know if they've integrated so many songs back into this set because they did not have a chance to sort of debut it on its initial release. But I think August is when Unreal is released.
That's it.
And technically Midian, I think, is formed in 2006, correct?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it wouldn't have been much of a tour.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't announced that they officially broke up until January of 2006. So Mike held on to the information for, maybe he was working behind the scenes to cement Midian before announcing that, YOB was broken up. But there was a couple months where he didn't say anything.
Right. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is Midian's also a Metal Blade release, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I wonder, right? Like, that's probably a conversation with Brian Slagle as well. Like, how many records do we owe you? I don't know if they have any sort of obligations in that regard, but it was messy, to say the least.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that going. Like, do you think they didn't like being on Metal Blade, or they felt out of place on Metal Blade?
The impression I've had from Mike is it was initially a strange, like, because Brian reached out to him and he was like, why are you like, obviously Mike's a longtime metalhead, grew up on Metal Blade, but the bands that you associate with that label aren't necessarily in this world, right?
Dude, they were pushing Amon Amarth and Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah. So I think, but initially he was kind of like caught off guard, but ultimately was, I think, in an interview, talked about how it was a great opportunity to see someone who had for decades succeeded in the metal industry, and gave him his advice. Basically Brian told him, listen, I'm drawn to what I like, and I stopped making compromises after that. And so he didn't really care if sludge doom stoner was part of the Metal Blade brand as much as he was committed or he liked their sound. So I think that served probably in the short term. It was like, hey, a great opportunity to be part of a label that's going to give us far more exposure than, I think, 12th Hour record. I forget the name of the labels that initially they were released under, but
Abstract Sound and 12th Idea or 12th Hour.
Idea, yeah. And then after that, it was sort of like, we can stay committed. We don't have to necessarily follow trends, right? We can still continue to be ourselves and just stay true to like what you're passionate about. So I think it was probably a good sort of intersection in terms of where Mike was in his career, and kind of give them a little bit of boost heading forward in terms of visibility.
Mhm.
There's a lot of good stuff there, Kellen, because knowing, and I don't know him personally, but knowing how Brian kind of operates, that makes a lot of sense. He goes with his gut feeling on what he's digging at that moment. If he's picking up, and it may have been a simple thing, reaching out and going, "Hey, I'm just checking. What's the status of your Mike? What's the status of your current recording contract? Are you indebted to whatever it's called, 12, whatever, for X number of albums? Or are you a free agent soon? Or I'd like to explore some talks about bringing you on the label over here because I really like what you're doing." And I kind of like Slagle a lot for that reason, because that label, while yes, it's known for Merciful Fate and some of the bigger, I guess you'd call them, like Fate's Warnings on there, and or was anyways. I think they're still on there, aren't they? Yeah, I think they are.
I mean, like Warlord was. I mean, there's so
there's a
many.
lot.
Sirith Ungol, you had Slayer in the very beginning. So I mean, Brian's been. I would say Brian's a pretty eclectic label owner. He does go with the shit that tickles his fancy. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? And that's kind of cool. I like that. I think that's pretty badass. He's not now. And what year did they sign with them? What year was it?
Oh, wait, 04? Because it was with the release of Illusion of Motion.
Okay, so yeah, that's the zeitgeist of the stoner trend. So there maybe was a little bit of thought process going into it. Hey, I need to get one of these guys on my label. I need to but I would think that if he hated that kind of music, Slagle, he never would have done that. So, that's some great points there, Kellen. I'm just reiterating what you said, but very, very cool. Hang on a minute here. Sorry. Where are we at? We're at Midian. Yes. Yeah,
so I've introduced the dissolution of YOB, and now we're entering Midian. So cool. I believe the name comes from Nightbreed, the movie, or what is that? Is that Clive Barker? Nightbreed?
I honestly don't know.
But it was apparently where all the monsters and stuff lived in that movie. Okay. And Mike, this is a quote from him. I decided to start a new band, very much in the vein of YOB, but more angry and mid-paced on average. Still with roots in slow doom and the cosmic vibe that was a part of YOB. So, as I said, it's hard not to come in with thinking that this is going to be a YOB album. I mean, it's tough, but I think when you're approaching it, you should ask the question, like, what was the purpose of this project? Why did YOB break up? Like, what are we kind of getting into? And I think from what I saw when I was researching this, it sounds like that there was just burnout from both Travis and probably Ismu, because he was there the longest, so him too. But burnout, and just they didn't want to tour. So I'm assuming that Mike must have been the one who actually was most excited and interested in touring from that original lineup of three guys. So let's see. This album, Age Eternal, was released March 20th, 2007 on Metal Blade. Once again, Jeff Olson at Dogwood Studios. So there we go, another band besides YOB.
Yeah, right.
Ross Sewage, who from Exhumed, I believe, he did all of the layout and everything, and the artwork.
It's a killer. I love that artwork.
Yeah, the artwork is pretty neat. In addition to Mike, he recruits Scott Hedrick, which, as far as I know, this is his first and only album that he's really a part of. But then also, this name will be familiar to some people. Will Lindsay on bass and vocals. And that's probably, like, any differences in this sound, I think mainly comes from him.
Yeah.
He's most known for, to me at least, being in the band Indian, which if you want like a super intense sludge band that was really coming at the music from a just an super angry, self-loathing standpoint, I would recommend Indian. I would describe their sound as musical carpet bombing. But he also did a stint with Wolves in the Throne Room. I forget which specific albums he was a part of. It was after
Cascade.
Black Cascade, yeah. So Wolves in the Throne Room, and then also Abigail Williams.
Wow.
That random black metal band.
I didn't know that.
Do you want me to go and just dive into this? I don't have like too much. Like I lucked into this copy at a record store in Denver, Colorado, of all places.
Yes, you did.
So yeah, and it was one of those where I probably didn't necessarily realize just how rare and just hard to find and intentionally buried this album is. You know, which we'll dive into that a little bit later. So it's definitely from the outgate of Dreamless Eye. It's definitely a lot more relentless than YOB, a lot more like up tempo too. You can really hear the contribution of Will Lindsay's on vocals. So he contributes a lot of the more like harsh scream vocals. Great riff at the end of the song. Blood of Icons is a bit more similar to YOB. It's got that brooding opening and stuff, but still kind of comes off a bit more immediate than tracks like Mental Tyrant, for example. Age Eternal probably is the closest to YOB.
Yep.
I'd say it's the middle song, and it kind of is a little sneak peek of, I think, where Mike ends up going on the coming YOB album, The Great Cessation. The Celebrant, I think, is my favorite song on the album. It's probably the heaviest and really has some cool vocal trade-offs between Mike and Lindsay. Seek to the Center is more akin to, you know, like the more Yobish songs. It ends with some harsh electronics, though, that really kind of take you out of it and disorients you, for sure. There's Ben Ward does some guest vocals on it too, which, if you know him, he's from Orange Goblin. So, let's see. Yeah, great album. I really need to dive into this more. I've probably heard it about 4 or 5 times. But I will do this after I get a break from YOB, probably. I think to answer the question, like, should you think of this as a YOB album? I would try my best not to. I would approach it like it's not, because I'm pretty sure when Mike was writing this, he was approaching it like that. And I think the addition of Will Lindsay sharing vocal duties kind of also adds to that fact that it's not meant to be like a spiritual successor as much to The Unreal Never Lived and the first 4 YOB albums. So that's what I got about the actual music.
Did you give it a ranking, like a rating?
No, because I'm separating it out from rating.
No rating.
I'd probably give it an 8.5, maybe. As I said, I really do need more time with it. But
Kellen, did you have any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it was. I don't have too much to add here. I do think I agree with. I completely agree with what Logan had to say in terms of Will's contribution here. And so it's interesting because this is before Will was in any of the bands. Like he's from Eugene and then moves to Chicago. So he joins this band, contributes to Black Cascade, Wolves in the Throne Room, another like Northwest band, but then leaves for Chicago where he joins Indian in 2011. He was also in Knockmistium. But I mean, it's just like a geographical shift. I think because he'd been playing in a couple other bands here locally, Mike picked him up in Eugene. But yes, like this record moves into something a bit more mid-paced. His vocal contributions adds a bit of aggression to it. There's less sort of heavyweight doom vibes with Midian for me. It's still maybe rooted to some degree there, but I feel like when he joins the band, their pacing picks up a little bit more, and it's decidedly different enough where I don't necessarily consider it like a Yob record. So I enjoyed listening to it. It's an interesting time period, but I don't have too much to add besides sort of it's an interesting blip on the screen. And what's probably helpful, I would say, to add is to think about like what was gained during this time period before we transitioned to the Great Cessation. If there's anything that they decided they wanted to include or leave based on their experience in Midian before they transition back into Yob later on.
Well, I mean, there's a lawsuit we're going to talk about in a minute, but right, Logan?
Yes, yeah.
And let me throw my thoughts out. I knew about this album vaguely. I'd heard about it before. I didn't really know about it. I knew about it, but I didn't know about it. And when we started to this thing started to coalesce here, I think you mentioned it to me, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's right, I forgot all about that. I did a little bit of looking back at it, and I'm like, damn man, lucky find, you little bastard. That was the first thing I thought.
Of course.
The second thing I thought was, well, I got to check this out and know what's going on. Well, I only got to it yesterday and today, twice. This fucking album slams. This album just slams. To me, it's more of a metal album. It has Yobisms in it. It's got doom in it. It's got stonerish doom in it. It's got the funeral bits here and there, but it's way, way more up tempo right out of the gate. I also noticed, I don't know if you agree with me or not, there's a pretty decidedly different guitar tone. The guitar tone is a lot more metallic. Now, it's not to say it's, a death metal thing or an Opeth thing or a Cannibal Corpse thing. It doesn't have a specific vibe that I would say, oh, it sounds just like that band or just like that band. What it doesn't sound like, though, is a Yob guitar tone overall. I don't know if you agree with me or not, but that's what I was hearing in it, particularly on the opening track, man. Dreamless Eye slams in with sharper guitar tone than Yob. Dare I say it's a little more metal. Blood-curdling death growl scream, buried vocals with Mike screaming combo of banshee yelps and straight singing. Now, I got to tell you, I'm not familiar with this Will Lindsay guy, so I probably am mixing some of the vocal up, but I noticed there was definitely two different tonal shifts. Will Lindsay seems to be the more black metal scream guy, I think, because I can kind of usually tell Mike's tone, because even when he does the death growl, he's got a very distinct sort of vibe to his death growl. So I was hearing stuff on here I wasn't used to, and it was like, oh, this is a new wrinkle. Nothing stands out. Oh, what do I say here? Tritonal riffage. Production is kind of flat, though, to be honest with you. Nothing stands out with clarity, but could be the YouTube stream I'm listening to or using, since I don't own this one. Great opening track, though. Lots of dynamics as far as movement in the song. No doubt it has a more metal flavor than the Yob that we knew of to this point. This track really rips as it unfolds. Lots of killer riffs and changes that are quite different from Yob. Fucking love it. The Blood of Icons, slamming chromatic riffage, builds, drives the track as screams and standard Mike S vocals are quite ear-catchy despite being caustic as hell. The phased-out, trippy, ambient, cleaner section with whispered vocals just adds to the tension, as you know it's going to slam back into your head, or it's going to slam your head into the concrete when it kicks back in, and that's exactly what it does. Another goddamn fucking banger. This track just kicks my balls all over the place. I love Blood of Icons, man. Age Eternal, phased out, one of Mike's favorite and best used effects. Finger pick guitar notes open as a spacious mellow drone until the heavy hits. And this by far is the most Yobbish track, but there's something about the way this track builds that feels a bit more proggy. It almost has a proggy vibe to that Age Eternal, if that makes any sense. And the vocal melodies are very haunting and emotionally weighty. and carry with you as very memorable. This is a monster killer too. I really love you're gonna find out in a second. I really love this album. Ironically, though, Logan, The Celebrant's probably my least favorite track, as it's your favorite. Cool, repetitive riff and harsh scream, death, but more punkish. I hear a more punkish vibe in this song. It's almost got like a kind of a crusty feel to it, a little bit. Where am I at here? Oh yeah. Honestly, it's the only track I could have done without on the album, but I do like it. It's just my least favorite song. Sink to the Center, opening with some ambient white noise, accelerating the anxiety, and to a massively dissonant riff that suddenly settles on a singular plodding guitar note that you know is going to open up into a Pandora's box of nastiness and intensity, and holy fuck, it does. The insanity that ensues with Ben Ward from Orange Goblin cackling, screaming, whispering absolute madness for about 2 minutes is very unsettling, to be honest with you. Then Will Lindsay, I think, comes in with this horrid, deathy, black metalish vocal that shreds and rides that doomy riff that Mike is playing. It's gnarly, doomy, psychedelic, spaced out, snarling, nasty. Yeah, this track pretty much hates you, and it wants you to make... Yes, this track pretty much hates you and wants to make you suffer, and you really have no choice but to submit and eat the pain, but it'll be worth it in the end. That's some sick shit. I love that last track. It is just too fucked up. It's YOB would not put that on an album. It's just not a YOB song, and that's what really separates it. You know what I mean?
There's 3 songs for sure that I don't think YOB would have done, like Dreamless Eye,
and
Celebrant, and then the ending of Sink to the Center. I don't think they would have done, and it just sounds too angry. Yeah.
So what I would say is, I hadn't heard of this album and honestly had sort of forgotten about it in my backwards slow roll into YOB. But holy shit, this may be sacrilege to say, but this album absolutely fucking wrecked my mind. It's so heavy, gloriously epic in its goddamn relentlessness and heavy corrosive riffage. And yes, lots of melody and song structures and writing. The production is solid, and I'm very pissed I never picked this up 10 to 15 years ago when you could probably find it for a few bucks in a used bin. I also hear a little bit of Mastodon in this album. Do you guys? Maybe Blood Mountain, or Leviathan?
That might just be like the sound of the time. Like, Kellen, you keep talking about how YOB fits in within the actual time period that they're releasing the music, and like Leviathan was 2004, so maybe that's just, this is an album from that era,
It's, I guess I can kind of see that, but it's like, I don't think as many people who were chasing potentially Mastodon at the time. I actually listened to this and just see kind of a more aggressive band than YOB. Mastodon had so many other like challenging aspects of their music, right? Like trying to replicate bronze drumming and I mean, it's just like I can understand bands tried, right? Like that was a sound people were chasing, but I just think this is a more aggressive band. I don't hear them reaching the level of prog that Mastodon got to, especially.
I agree. Yeah.
And even like when Mastodon was back in their early like Life's Blood era, this is a bit more, I think, straightforward, I guess. I think the bands that he was playing in were a little bit more aggressive punk in Eugene. So that's the biggest contribution I hear on Midian, personally.
Okay.
Glad Brian's entered the chat, because that's actually how I found out about Midian, was through Brian. He also has a copy of this, so I don't know how he grabbed that one. Yeah,
Brian, I think you need to send that to me.
Yeah, maybe you can snag his copy.
Brian, if you're a real friend, you'll send me that copy, because you know I need that more than you. Anyway. So yeah, guys, I'm telling you, that's a monster album. I'm giving that a 9.5.
Wow.
9.5. Not lying. I just loved it. I loved every second of it. I was totally immersed in it. It totally kept me engrossed in the whole thing. And that's that's the one thing that you mentioned earlier, that on occasion with Yob, some of the songs you can kind of dip out in that early period. Not the stuff that's coming so much, maybe a track or two here and there, but the stuff we're going to get into here shortly, no. So that shit kicked ass.
I agree. I was engrossed in this album for sure. But yeah, this is the album that no one will talk about. You won't see. I didn't even know it existed until, as I said, Brian mentioned it. You know,
that fucking Brian Arkham guy. He's pretty smart sometimes.
Yeah, he comes in handy. He knows his shit.
And you didn't know this, but we're kind of having a phone affair type thing. And he's a sexy beast. I'm just saying.
Oh, Brian?
No, it's not. Get your minds out of the gutter. Not that kind of an affair. All right, we're at the Great Cessation. So, you want to talk about the Midian?
Yeah, because we got to build up. Because I'm pretty sure they were fully in on this. Like Mike was fully in, Will Lindsay was fully in, Scott was fully in until they weren't, essentially. So they got sued in October of 2007. So this came out. When did I say it was like June?
2007? March.
March of 2007. So October. There was a lawsuit against them from a band in Wisconsin called Midian, but with one D. So we got two Ds here. This was a 1D Midian that was suing them. And they were a lousy groove metal band too.
Yeah.
So who needs another groove metal band?
Of course they were.
Have we heard about Midian with one D at all? No. So they were definitely opportunistic with this lawsuit. And so here's a little quote from Mike about it. They refused to accept our settlement, demanding we pay them tens of thousands of dollars. By right of actual usage worldwide, the name Midian with two Ds is ours. Regardless, we have no choice but to fight and to defend ourselves in court. We intend to strip them of their trademark and deny them of their unfair demands of money and of our music. So this legal battle would end up taking a giant toll on the band as a whole, and they disbanded December 17th of 2007. So a couple of months later.
Do we know how it resolved? Do we know?
Yeah, like it did. Well, I think we do, because like,
did they win the suit or did they lose it? It sounds like they lost it.
I think they lost it. I think they dropped it because he, like, literally, Mike is not able to talk about this band. In interviews, he's called it the band that shan't be named, because he's not able to, stay Midian. And they haven't toured. They haven't played any of this music at all since, this whole lawsuit went down. There's no represses. I mean, all this shit is essentially, this is what it is. What was pressed in 2007 is what's out there. So we get to the tail end of 2007. Mike says basically that the lawsuit, this is a quote from him, tore us apart ultimately, is what the lawsuit did. There was already a little bit of band tension, just personality-wise, but you put that on top, you put the lawsuit on top of it, and everything was just made so much worse. And this will tie us into the Great Cessation. He goes on to say, at the tail end of the lawsuit, Travis Foster got in touch with me and said, "Man, let's just do a reunion show." And in the back of his mind, apparently Mike was already thinking of, let's see if we can reunite Yob. So basically, all of this whole lawsuit and everything soured the idea of whatever this was.
Yeah.
And probably gave him the perspective that he needed and the tools that he needed to continue on with Yob. And I think, Kellen, you were kind of alluding to that, that Midian gave him tools and probably the maturity to actually take Yob where it needed to go in the future. So, and then to say, he ends the interview with saying that a lot of people think that Midian and Age of Eternal are an extension of Yob and that they're the exact same, but in my mind, they are not. So
yeah, I agree. It's a different band.
Yeah. So Mike calls it different. So
Are there some reference points of similarity? Sure. It's hard to have a member in a band and go, "Oh, I don't hear a little bit of yob," or I don't, I mean, that just happens. That happens every time a dude starts another band. It's like OSI. You guys know OSI?
No.
Office of Strategic Information. Jim Matheos and Kevin Moore. So it's
I know
Jim
Matheos.
Matheos from Fates Warning and Kevin Moore from Dream Theater, and they did this 4 albums. Actually, I think I have one sitting right here. Killer band. If you like Fates Warning, it's kind of like Fates Warning, only a little bit more, less proggy and a little more rock oriented, heavy rock. This shit's fucking great. I thought, is it Influence? I thought it was Information, Office of Strategic Information, I think. Anyway, killer band, but you can't help but hear a little bit of Fates and a little bit of, you know what I mean? They're just there. The guys are, whoa, what the fuck is going on there? Oops, sorry guys. Had something pop up in front of my. Okay, so we're at Great Cessation, right?
Yes.
Let's move into
So
that.
you ready me to dive into that?
Yep.
Okay.
And Kellen, if you want to show anything, just tell me so that if you have something special you want to show.
No, it's all good. Logan's got it.
Okay, cool.
Hey.
Cool.
Good to hear. All right. So yeah, Great Cessation. They finally left Metal Blade leading up to this, and they end up on Profound Lore. It was released July 14th, 2009. And actually, I do not have the Profound Lore pressing. Relapse did another repress. So this is the copy of the Great Cessation that I have. I think this came out in 2017. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I'm like, I honestly still look at it trying to figure out what it is. It's like birds flying through clouds or something. I know.
It's awesome.
I know Kellen has the original or the.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
I believe.
Hold on.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the black cover, right? Yeah.
I think get the
Which
kind
is
of
pretty
light of the foil on it there.
Oh, look at that! Look at the fucking. Oh, that's killer.
So I do like that album cover. Honestly,
Yeah,
it's like simplistic, but it really fits the bill.
It's interesting, right? Like, because at some point, Logan, I do think this aesthetic, like, it works for this album. And when I heard it back in 2009, it works. But at the same time, I could imagine for YOB where they are now, I think your album cover fits their sound and aesthetic a bit more today. So anyway, I think they both work for different reasons.
That definitely looks like a Profound Lore album. Like that album cover, it does fit the bill. Like you get like the sun kind of vibe and the.
All right.
So makes sense. But yeah, another one at Dogwood Studios, but they're starting to bring in someone else besides Jeff. We got Stanford Parker coming in to help mix and master. I think Jeff still worked on it, but it wasn't just him. The lineup was, of course, Travis was one of the main impetus reasons to get YOB back. So he's still there on drums, but they bring in Aaron Riesberg as the bassist, and he's still the current bassist. So that we've arrived to the current YOB lineup.
Right.
So the longest standing one too. So yeah, let's dive into the album itself. As I said, to me, this album is indeed like a physical point where you can separate out the first 4 and the previous 4, or in the current 4.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's definitely a dividing line. And even before I knew about Midian, in my mind, that's how I had it separated out. But now that I've learned all about the whole Midian stuff, it just makes so much more sense why this seems so distinct when compared to The Unreal Never Lived. So it's hard not to think of this as almost a rebirth, like they're trying to figure out how to do some of their classic songwriting and everything again, really, like, and almost it's refreshing in a way because of that. to me, they make some of the blunders and stuff that they've done on previous albums again on this one. But I think this is just a important album of growth for them and a band once again regaining their footing. So
Yeah.
Let's see. To me, Burning the Altar is a top tier YOB song and easily in my list of top 5 YOB songs that I keep bringing up.
I think your top 5 will suddenly become a top 10. I'm just saying. I was keeping track.
Doesn't that always happen? Yeah, this is the 8th time I've been like it's top 5 worthy.
I was just gonna say exactly.
It's the main riff of Burning the Altar is just absolutely crushing, and everything that they do with that riff throughout the whole song is just so interesting and engaging. There's a cool ambient middle section with like ethereal Middle Eastern clean guitar.
Boom.
That really ties the song together and makes it dynamically interesting. So yeah, the lie that is sin continues the momentum. Track 2, it's just another killer song. Great guitar riffs, great combination of the slow, kind of slow and fast. But I want to say that I think there's no Funeral Doom influence or super like slow and crushing extreme metal vibes on this. I take that back. My bad. Track 3, Silence of Heaven, is actually all of the Funeral Doom and all of the slow and crushing stuff synthesized into one song, and it might actually be my least favorite YOB song. It's kind of a head scratcher for me. It's 10 minutes of the YOB Funeral Doom, but with a very indecipherable vocal performance. And it comes from a place of catharsis for Mike, but it kind of wears on you as the listener. Like you're not in it with him. It's more like you're just listening to this guy belting and screaming in the other room and not really sure why. Like where does this come from? So Silence of Heaven is like the one YOB song which I like, but I wouldn't revisit it, Breathing from the Shallows recovers the momentum from it, and it's just a cool, kind of quick YOB song. It's about 6 minutes long, or 7. It doesn't overstay its welcome, and it's very riff driven, and it has a cool guitar effect towards the end of it that really kind of sticks with you. And then, man, The Great Cessation, that is one hell of a long song in a good and kind of in that bad meandering way. I love the opening. The opening is so beautiful and ethereal, and it just really captures you. But I find myself drifting on it. It kind of makes me think more of Catharsis at times. But I think The Great Cessation, though, that track is important in that it's YOB trying to take that long, epic closer and mature and make it more modern, And it's not the win, it's not the success that will happen on future albums, but I'd say it's still a success. So, Great Cessation, great return from this band. I give it like an 8.8 out of 10. Okay. It's probably, for me, it's probably number 5 in their discography.
Okay, cool. How about you, Kellen? I'm really interested to hear what you have to say. Not that I'm not interested in what you said, Logan. Just
all right.
Curious to see his take on the comeback.
Yeah. So 2009, I actually was interesting about this band and this time period. So I was living abroad, and there were a couple of guys. One was from South Africa, and the other was from Newfoundland. And they were the two metalheads in my area. And so we would, every time we would go out, we'd just walk into a bar and shut the place down because they'd let us play metal music. So everyone else would sort of leave. And because we would be drinking and partying all night long, we'd just be walking up to YouTube and playing metal songs. But they knew YOB. And that just still blew my mind that someone, from across the other part of the world.
Where were you?
In South Korea.
Korea. Okay.
Yeah. The fact that like someone from different parts of the world knew who this band from Eugene was like crazy, right?
Trippy.
This record, so I would say like the fact that it comes out in Profound Lore, I was trying to remember, like when I think of Profound Lore now, I think of them as a bit more of an extreme metal label, like a death metal, black metal kind of label. But I think early on they probably were a little bit more diverse. I could be wrong in that, but to me, just it's synonymous with that kind of music now. And I mean, this is a label that's putting out Portal records.
Yeah.
Like, so I was kind of surprised to see them on Profound Lore, but it feels dark. So maybe it may not be as intense as we were just talking about the fourth record. I'm sorry. Unreal. Yeah. So it may not be as intense as Unreal, but it's a very dark record, which I think made sense coming out on Profound Lore. I think it's front loaded, that the best songs on this record come out are the first two tracks, Burning Altar and The Lie That Is a Sin. The vocal performance, I agree with that. So Silence of Heaven, when I was listening to this, it almost bordered on a level of like a vocal performance you would find on a power electronics record or like an industrial record. It's just a super scathing, abstract vocal performance on that track, which made sense to some degree in like the darker record vibe. But overall within the catalog, it feels a little bit off. So I is a standout for me, but just being like an anomaly rather than like a great success as a song. The close of the Great Cessation, here we have our formula within a YOB record. And it's where I think the record actually is the greatest letdown. Relative to what is going to define this band here on out, which their closer songs I think are some of the highlights to each record. The Great Cessation finishes this album, and it's kind of the point where I feel a little bit more let down relative to where it started. So that I guess sort of that's how I remember this record. But I would say this, like, can we just to zoom out a moment? To think about where we started with this band as like a stoner holdover in the early 2000s. Like, but I had spent at this point in time enough years entrenched in like extreme metal. At this point, I'm kind of cheering for this band, right? Like, not only are they the hometown heroes, but out of like the people who they came up with who've really fallen by the wayside. I mean, like, Mastodon is being nominated for Grammys at this point in their career. So to see a band like YOB still like have relevance and popularity within metal in 2009, and at a time when death metal and black metal are sort of dominating, especially like revival death metal and black metal, right? Like 90s stuff is sort of appearing within newer bands. To have a sludge doom band that started off riding on the coattails of Acid King and Electric Wizard to now feel like they're sort of catching their own stride was really invigorating for me as a fan. And I was excited to see where they would go and sort of hopeful that to see that they had survived essentially a decade of work, still putting out, consistent, important, relevant records. And I think that's why I held on to them, even though, like, to your point, I'm not a big stoner sludge guy. Yeah. But at this point, I'm kind of intrigued because they've survived so much, and they're still putting out better records. So I just wanted to take that moment to like historically place them relative to their peers.
What year is this again?
2009.
9. Okay, yeah. Which is about around when I became aware of them. But it wasn't just. Let me think. Yeah, I was around then. It might be the next album that was when I really was like, oh, okay. But I know I heard about this album, and to be honest with you, because it was sort of labeled, and this is where genres can really kind of fuck with you when if you're locked into this. For example, most people that know me know I'm not a big fan of the one man black metal, record in a toilet somewhere basement, just not into that shit. And so I may be missing some good stuff if I see one man black metal, or Cascadian black. Well, I like Cascadian black, but the point is, like, I'll see a genre defining somebody and I'll be like, yeah, it's probably not my thing. And I might miss something. And so when you say Stoner Doom about Yob, I don't know, it's kind of particularly on this album, it starts to become not an accurate portrayal, I think. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do think though it's important for me at least to highlight like their trajectory, right? Because with each successive album, they sort of shed a layer of that.
Right. You're right. Yep.
And that's important because I think what we're all sort of leaning towards is the growth that they had as a band.
Yep.
It's the fans who either were there from the start, when they were very much doing like the Yob, Illusions of Carbon,
right.
aliens hanging around with their candles, whatever, like that era, like they have that, but so few bands, I think, have this kind of discography and trajectory where their best, they continually like
get better.
5-6 records in, we're like talking about some of their best work being achieved.
Yep.
And I think they survived.
That's unusual. You're right.
Yeah.
That's very unusual. Yep.
And are successful today because of that. I think it's, also the audience, they're not just getting reviews on metal sort of blogs, right? They've also reached out, like you can find them on Stereo Gum and Pitchfork, and right, like they're bringing in a different audience,
alternative audiences,
right?
Yeah,
who came in because
Stone too,
right? Like at this point, they're at that level. I don't know if Cessation they were quite at the Rolling Stone level, but I know they are now, and it's just so funny to come from like this grungy little stoner thing in Springfield, right? To like now we're on Profound Lore and with a group of bands that are on a different level. So
right. All right. For me, this starts the era of Yob that I'm most interested in and most connected to. However, this album, which is the one I've had in my cart 9 million different times and then didn't pull the trigger on over the last, 5, 6, 7 years. When I threw it on yesterday, might have been the day before, I was like, oh, man. Boy, have I made a mistake. I need to get this ordered and get this, get this in the house. Burning the Altar, man. Savage, dissonant riffing that have a vaguely Middle Eastern flair, like you said, Logan, has that Middle Eastern scalar thing going on. Unleash and Mike's vocals are savage and more deathy than they'd been before. But this one has a certain snarl and nastiness to it that I really dig a lot. The staccato riff section has a cool ambient and psychedelic solo in it at the end where he bellows and it's heavy as balls, which is a common occurrence with Yob. And I think it might be a place to note that on Midian, you started to hear more actual soloing as opposed to Yob. You heard a lot more soloing on Midian, and I think you hear it on here. It's carried on to the Great Cessation a lot more, and you hear more dynamic soloing. It's not just the bluesy runs. And
I think it's
like
what Kellen said. He's a better guitar player at this point.
Yeah, he is. The lie that is sin, a slow opening of big chordal slices gives way to delicate, clean guitar figure that has a Far East vibe into a jangling up-tempo gallop that then distorts and heads into familiar charted yob waters, but that's a good thing as the vocals enter. Into an almost melodic, hummable chorus that has a slight happiness sound, only for a moment, then back to angular dissonance and galloping groove. Cool as hell track. A bit of a reprieve after burning the altar, because burning the altar is pretty intense, man. As we said, as Kellen said, kind of a formula. Open with that, just that banger, kick your fucking teeth in, curb stomp you riff song, and then kind of the middle section, you have some variety and some good, some maybe not as good tracks, and then that big epic closer. However, the Silence of Heaven, walls of feedback and off-time drums open this one with gargantuan death growls and howls droning into nothingness, and ends hellishly heavy killer track. Breathing from the Shallows. Man, the heavy psych influence on this is yeah, I can't read what I wrote there.
There's definitely that at the end, though. Like, they take that guitar in a very psychedelic direction
yeah,
at the end of that song.
The cool atmospherics and solos accentuate this tune, and the groovy, slithering meander and main riffs mesh with the single note pick dissonance, overlapping these epic, nasty, banging chords that makes me feel like I'm on a boat, pitching back and forth, holding on for dear life. Love that track, Breathing from the Shallows. That's a killer song. Great Cessation starts with a gorgeous picked melody on the guitar, ambient and delayed, drifting into and out of phase, lulling you into a false sense of peace and harmony. About 4 minutes in, the ambience gives way to strummed chords, bass, drums, plaintive and emotional and forlorn. I don't know, dudes. I really like this track. You guys both said it kind of doesn't work for you.
Yeah.
Who accounts for taste? Who knows? It's 2-1, I guess. You guys win, but I love this track. And I'm going to give this a 9.25. I like it that much. And this one and the next one really going to fight over 3rd and 4th place.
Wow.
Like, this could be 3rd. It could be 4th. It could be 3rd. I don't think it ever moves up to 1 or 2, but it's close. So, all right, we'll move on to I also listened to the 2 bonus tracks. I think it came out on a CD issue. Lust by Nothing and Pain Like Sugar, and I gotta tell you, they are fucking killer tracks, man.
Pain Like Sugar is good.
What's that?
Pain Like Sugar is really good. I really like that.
It's like it's a groovy, swinging, upbeat track. There's a lot of good bit of variation in the riffage, and the singing is great on it. And then the one Blessed by Nothing has a cool swing groove to it, and Mike's nasal high pitched howl is great. Very melodic, catchy tune. Again, reminded me of Caius a little bit. Killer tune, totally dig it. It has a sunny Cali stoner vibe. It's got that weird West Coast, like Southern California thing going on. It's weird. But who knows? I was not stoned, by the way, when I listened to any of this stuff. I have not gotten stoned in about 3 months, and I feel like I need to get stoned right about now. Maybe I'll see if my neighbor's got any weed. I'll go and grab some weed and watch the Super Bowl stoned out of my car.
You go. And put elaborations of Carbon back on.
Put that back. Oh, yeah. I'll probably, seriously. Well, yeah, I probably should. All right, so we're in Atma.
Yes. Atma.
Oh, I just want to show my copy, so I get to show one thing. So this
got a copy.
This is the reissue that has both the 2011 mix and the 2021 mix on it. I don't know, man. I love yours artwork, but I like this one too.
I think this one blows that one out of the water. I mean,
well, fuck you then.
Like, dude, what is that? That's like computer generated, like sun and like this is mesmerizing. I love.
I'm just kidding, but it does have the 2011-2021 mix. Came out in April of 2022. They're both. I thought it had 2 CDs. It's not. It's both. Both mixes are on the same CD. I'm not sure how they did that though. Isn't this thing like 50 minutes?
Yeah, it's like almost an hour. Or I think
how the fuck do they have on? I thought CDs only can hold 70 minutes. That's weird. All right, I don't know. Anyway,
Phil gets it in the chat. He knows what's up.
Yeah, somebody will correct me in there. All right, go ahead, dude.
Yeah. So Atma. So I guess leading up to this, I do want to mention that they had their first appearance at the Roadburn Festival in 2010 after the release of the Great Cessation, and they've released a couple live albums of their performances at Roadburn. This might be the best one. I would definitely recommend checking them out. I mean, you don't necessarily need to own it, but like YOB are so amazing live, and I think them at Roadburn captures their energy perfectly. And the set list opens up with Ball of Molten Lead into Burning the Altar, so you can't go wrong with that. But no, and then now into Atma. Once again, Profound Lore release before being reissued by Relapse, which, I mean, come on, this artwork, you can't top it.
It's
and also
cool.
the back too. It was released August 16th, 2011. Once again, Dogwood Studios with Jeff Olson, but a new person enters the frame, Billy Barnett, and he does the mastering for it. And I think after this album, that's where they end up. So
yeah,
I'm gonna say this is the first album I own or heard, and yeah, this is YOB for me. This is the album. This is the experience. It's just amazing to me. They've mastered the songwriting. It's got one of their best barn burning openers, Prepare the Ground.
Yes.
I love Prepare the Ground. It's the riffs are just insane. There's so much raw destructive energy on it. It's pure adrenaline and bombast that's just in riff form. I mean, it's an amazing song. The second track, the title track, Atma, maintains the momentum and really has that long drawn out like intro, which I think really builds perfectly. Like I love the opening of this song, where it's just him screaming over the main riff before it finally breaks down and you enter the actual main riff of the song. It's just a killer lumbering riff and just lumbering song, And this is when I think they've officially abandoned any like funeral doom part, elements like Silence of Heaven. They got it all out on that one, on that one song. And now instead of going for like a funeral doom break, they're focusing on this lumbering mammoth style riff that the title track perfectly emulates. Before We Dreamed of Two, killer song, but potentially my least favorite on the album.
That's my least favorite too.
I'm engaged with it the whole time, and I like the psychedelic tone and flourishes of it, and I like how prominent the bass is, but it just doesn't capture me like the rest of it, And I think it's just how meandering it is in the finality of the closing part of it, which, by the way, that's Scott Kelly from Neurosis on guest vocals there. So, which, I mean, he does good with it. I could have liked it a little bit better, I think, if they shortened it. If they made it 5 minutes shorter, it would have been better. But that's the only.
I agree.
That's the only issue I have with this album. Upon the Side of the Other Shore is 7 minutes. It's one of their shorter songs, but it's blistering and really just has a lot of payoff with it. Venomous vocal performance from Mike. And I love the pinch harmonics of the guitar too. And here's some lyrics from the song. Heaven speaks in riddles, prophets speak in tongues, the dead speak in silence. I don't know. That always stuck out with me. And of course, from there we get to the final song, which is my favorite YOB song, one of my favorite songs ever written, probably. Adrift in the Ocean. I mean, it's just amazing. It's spine chilling. I've probably heard that song like, I don't know, 50, 75 times, but it still sends chills down my spine. Every time I hear it, I still get the same emotional connection and release from it, you know? It starts out fairly ethereal and just airy and just beautiful with that like main intro riff, and just the guitar effects that Mike uses is just amazing. Like I can't, you can't even describe it. You just gotta listen to it. It's mesmerizing, ritualistic, and trance-inducing. And then there's extra percussion from Scott Kelly again, kind of just that helps build up to the actual main section of the song. The guitar playing is just amazing, and like the guitar riff that is the main core of the song is phenomenal, and how they introduce it is just some of the best songwriting I think I've heard in metal, truthfully. It's definitely an event that you should try to experience on good speakers and where you can just be fully immersed in it. And then just how it ends with the guitar reverb and like the whole track essentially crashing in around itself. It's beautiful. I really get the metaphor of like a journey of life, and of accepting the fact that you're gonna die, you know, and dealing with all the extra shit that kind of life throws at you. Both, a lot of it would be like the metaphysical, personal, like demons kind of stuff, but like prepare the ground is essentially like prepare your burial site kind of song, and then Adrift in the Ocean, I feel like, is the final moment before everything just kind of caves in on itself, and that's it. I don't know. I think if you were to once again delve into some of the words or the stuff from Alan Watt that I keep mentioning, it really kind of meshes with what he's saying in a lot of his talks that I've heard. Yeah, I don't know. Great album. My favorite from them. It's not a perfect one. Like, I don't give this a 10. I'd say it's like a 9.8.
Wow.
Because of that one section from We Dreamed Into. But
Nice.
Man, I love this album.
Cool. Kellen, you have anything you want to show on yours, or are you good?
I have the same edition.
Same press? Okay.
Yeah. So the original artwork, done by Stevie Floyd of Dark Castle, who was also on Profound Lore at the time. The production. So I know they were explicitly going for a older, like 80s style doom record, in terms of deliberately when they put this record together and the production. And I have, you have the repress there, Jeff, it's been a struggle for me because I've streamed the repress, and there's a sizable difference here.
You mean between the two?
Between the two mixes.
Mm-hmm.
And it would. So when I initially listened to this back in 2011, I was like, something's off here. It sounded thinner than I'm used to hearing this band.
That's snare drum.
It was a little bit off. And I didn't realize it until I heard that they had explicitly been looking for that kind of sound. Which is why they went back to sort of the drawing board and wanted, during the 10-year anniversary, wanted to get it remixed. Because I think they actually realized they wanted to give their fans another kind of opportunity to listen to this record.
Yeah.
A fully fleshed out sort of sound to it. To me, this is like the next sort of turning point for the band. The album artwork, I do agree with Logan that up to this point, we really haven't talked about Mike as a lyricist.
Yeah, good point.
And it's probably been because so much of the music has been a bit more on the extreme side. Even his more like nasal sung vocals, it always felt to me like a little bit of an afterthought in terms of his the appeal for this band. When this record comes out, I believe Atma is a concept from Hinduism.
Yeah.
But it is very much like he's a great lyricist. And I think because of the genres that they were mixed up in, it was not given the kind of importance on previous records. Here, for some reason, it becomes a bit more of a focus. And I think that's a great credit to the band because he's a talented songwriter. His lyrics do have plenty of meaning. I know Brian's in the chat, but these aren't your typical Bongzilla lyrics.
Yeah, you got let me throw a couple out there real quick.
Okay.
So from Adrift in the Ocean, which I agree with Logan is one of their signature songs. I don't think I have it quite as high as Logan because I have it beat by two others, but this is probably number 3 on my top 5. And the lyrics go, sirens call from the sea, raging current pulls us under, fighting for air, scream for release as colors dance and weave. To the universe we send a reflection. Adrift in the ocean, colors take hold, shadows take shape, shimmering, neutral substratum, vast without end, our heart's evolution. Dreams of gods, of us, of the fall, dreams of mountains we feel, to the marrow, I'll repeat that, to the marrow, to commune with what we lost. I mean, it's extremely esoteric. It's extremely, those lyrics are extremely vague, but they're also very universal.
Well, yeah. I just want to drive home. I think what we're getting here is a band that understands like how they want to introduce. This is the one element of psychedelic sort of component that they hold on to that still holds meaning and weight and purpose, like in a way that I feel he's writing specifically in a YOB fashion, right? Like they understand now as a band identity how they want to write songs lyrically and tie them into sort of the overall themes for each record. And Atma's the first time I think it completely comes together. From the album artwork, from the lyrical content, for the themes on the record, like everything starts to feel cohesive for me. It's the production that always bothered me. But you know, maybe I'll go back and I'll get the reissue that you have there, Jeff, to satisfy that.
It's vastly different.
The last thing I'll say is I'm less sort of enthusiastic about the earlier tracks here. They're all good. I don't have nothing to say, but I will completely agree with I think what both you're about to say, Jeff, and what Logan previously mentioned. Here we have for the first time the closing track to a YOB record, like completely seals the deal.
Yep.
This is the first time on a record where it closes on a sense of climax, right?
Yep.
And yeah, I every time I reach for this record, that's the track that I want to hear.
Yeah, you can't wait to get to that track, right?
Yeah. And to not to say that the other ones are bad necessarily, but relative to that single song, it just shows a leap in terms of songwriting. And I want to say like the emotional, they opened a door with this record in terms of the emotional kind of content. It was one thing to be like aggressive and punishing and heavy, but as a songwriter, and it's going to get better with where we're going, in my opinion, they reach into a deeper register in terms of the emotional content here. And I have to say, seeing them live, anyone who saw them live, you know, I think on Roadburn, Logan mentioned that, it comes through like the emotional appeal that he's making to these two on these songs. It absolutely shines. And I think that's something that YOB at this point is known for. Is there isn't a different kind of emotional tenor and depth and weight beyond just punishing heavy riffs. And I think that's one of the reasons that they've sort of stood out and are still around today. So that last track is absolute classic.
Did you see them on this tour?
I was still abroad. I was still living.
Okay.
I didn't come back home to the United States until 2014. So
How about you, Logan? Was this still too early yet for you?
Yeah, this was still too early. Because I got in 2013. So
Okay. My turn.
go for it.
So this Atma opens with perhaps one of the most relentlessly heavy songs they've ever done. And then we could say that about every opening track, but this Prepare the Ground is just, it is a fucking baseball bat to your head over and over and over. Yes, it's a bunch of riffs that are basically samey. And when I tie this all up at the end, I'll be very interested to see what you guys think of my overall summation of YOB as a whole. And I don't want to go there yet, but it would really perfectly fit with this song. But a bruising, pounding, repetitive opener track, which opens it. A bruising, pounding, repetitive riff opening up into a cool rhythm that pulses along with the drums to enter your mind like a tracer missile ready to explode when it hits the pleasure center of your brain. When it hits, man, it just goes boom, and you're just like, keep it going, man. Keep it going. Like they listened to this early this morning when I woke up. I threw this on to get through it again. I wanted to re-listen to it. And, man, it's so propulsive. I just felt my whole body wanting to fucking groove. And Mike's high-pitched witchy howl is on point. Release the power! When he does that part, I can't even get close to it because I don't have that rasp in my voice. But he just does that. He does that a couple times in the song where he just goes, release the power! And you're just like, fuck yes, man, release the power now!
And now it's an official Jeff deep dive, though.
What's that?
Now it's an official him asking hand grenades now that you've sang.
I know, I'm rough.
We're there.
My voice is very bad today. I don't know why.
That's fine.
I had a great day yesterday, as you know. I think, no, you guys weren't on the stream last night. Yeah, I had a great day yesterday. I felt better than I felt in months. And of course, and I think I said maybe to Kellen or one of you guys, I'm like, of course I'll feel like shit today. And of course, that's exactly what's going on. I'm very, very short of breath and trying to catch my breath. So I can't get a lot of feel the power. I can't even get anything on my falsetto there. But yeah, so
Halford does YOB.
What's that?
It sounded like Halford doing YOB.
Yeah, that was weak. Weak sauce is what it was. So the upward inflection of his scream is my favorite part of that verse, man, when he does that. It's so cool. Yeah, it's repetitive but hypnotic, which is the core and essence of much of what YOB do. Do you agree? It's repetitive but hypnotic, and that's at the core of what a lot of YOB songs are to me. The good ones suck me in with all the nuances and the inflection points and the differences. But if you really get at it and go back and listen really carefully to each song and pick it from a do either of you guys play guitar?
Nope.
All right. So when I listen to music, I can't take out the fact that I play guitar. So I hear things maybe a little differently than a non-guitarist would hear. I hear things like, oh, that rhythm that he's doing there, he's using downstrokes. No, I think he's using an upstroke and a downstroke. So it's one of those things where I'm thinking always like about the construction of a track. You know what I mean? And Mike definitely has I don't want to call it a cookie cutter style thing, but he has a certain way of when he locks into a groove, he kind of, as a guitarist, I kind of know where it's going to go, or I feel I know where it's going to go. But I'll say it again. Yeah, it's repetitive but hypnotic, which is the core and essence of much what Yob do. There's a visceral connection to the music where your brain locks in on it. Mine does, anyways. And I just want to ride that train. I just want to get on and I want to ride and see where it takes me. Atma, opening with Rain and the Church Bell, which is super cool. Because they don't do a lot of that kind of like thing generally. But that has a real, well, shit, it has a fucking Black Sabbath vibe to it, right? I mean, it has that Black Sabbath opening in a weird way. It's a song Black Sabbath, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Then it kicks in on that nasty dissonant tritone. Who was the king of the tritone? Tony Iommi, right? I'm not saying this sounds like Black Sabbath. I'm just saying it sounds like Black Sabbath.
Do you think it was a tribute? Like you could see how...
Pretty much, yeah. But then that repetitive all-time chug starts. And that
I love that
chug is so cool because it's just not your normal chug, you know. It's not the Master of Puppets chug or the, you know, Exodus Bonded by Blood chug. It's this weird like it's almost like it's in a blender and it's trying to find its place. So weird. Then that start-stop rhythm makes this track stand out, while the spoken word samples, you said the guy, what's his name? Right. Or maybe it's Mike. I thought it was maybe Mike reciting poetry, but it's not. But this track is a beast in less than 8 minutes, which is one of the shorter tracks. But man, that final 4 or 5 minutes of this song is just, it's a headbanging masterpiece. You're just all in.
Yeah.
You're all in, right? Then we get to Before We Dreamed of Two. Opens with some cool soloing in the psych range of atmospherics until it dives into the riff, which is a building cascade of riffs, buried vocal dynamics. Push this track onward. The section where all the music cuts out, but whispered, tortured vocals by Scott Kelly and sparse guitar is probably the coolest section of the song. But this one isn't one of my favorite Yob tracks, to be honest with you. I could have done with a good bit of editing on it for me. It just didn't work for me. Upon the Sight of the Other Shore, slow plodding, undulating, hesitant beast. Lots of slow churning, almost start and stop type riffs that don't have a lot of dynamics. It's a shorter song by Yob standards at only just over 7 minutes. Solid, but not a favorite. Adrift in the Ocean. Wow. Just pretty serene, brittle opening. Finger-picked, reverby, clean notes, rings out with cool contrabass notes. That's the cool thing. It's working. The bass is working, is carrying it along. It's carrying the finger-pick riff. Very hypnotic, undulating, making rhythm with heavy, somber chords and tasteful but relentless attack. Backed by Riesberg and Foster driving the song like flowing molten magma. The tribal section with the whispered vocals is super cool. Really changes the arc of the song for those thinking that Yob is a one-trick pony. Probably one of my favorite Yob tracks ever. And I just probably threw it at number 3, I think. So that really, like Kellen said, it closes the deal finally. It fits the formula, but it closes the deal. Now, the problem is the 2 middle songs for me. Or, well, there's 3, but the 3rd and 4th track.
Yeah.
This one has a few of my favorite and a few of my least favorite Yob songs in the catalog. Prepare, Atma, and Adrift are top shelf Yob at their best. The other two tracks are not big faves for me, and I will add that I listened to both the 21 and 11 mix, and the new mix is far superior, especially where the drums are concerned. The 11 mix is exceptionally weak in the drum department, the snare in particular, which is cutting and very prominent in the mix, not in a good way. On the other hand, it sounds like Mike's vocals are actually higher in the 11 mix and buried in the 20 mix. So, no doubt, grab the new double disc version with both mixes, as the drums sound much fuller on that one, and you get the best of both worlds. So I'm gonna give it an 8.75. The 2 middle tracks really pull it down for me, which I thought when going into this I would have swore this was my favorite album. It's not. It's number 3 on the list for me. So there you go. So we're at Clearing the Path to Ascend.
Which I guess we all have this one, right? This is
I got.
Yeah. So I guess leading up to this, some
there you go.
cool touring notes. Which is that on Relapse, Kellen?
Yep. So just to be clear, Neurot carried the CD release, and Relapse, of course, the relationship with Scott Kelly and Neurosis. So
right.
I don't know if you can tell. It's got like a foil, like a gold foil aspect there. To
nice.
Moons, yeah.
Is that just regular black vinyl or what?
Yes, it's just black vinyl.
Oh no. Chris will be happy. Just black vinyl.
Black.
All right.
Black is only real. Yeah.
All right, Kellen. I mean Logan. Sorry.
You're good. So some touring notes. I mean, this is definitely them. I think ascending to where they are now. And I think this album is huge for that. Like leading up to the release of this album, they toured with Tool in 2012. They did a big tour for Corrosion of Conformity across the U.S., which I'm pretty sure was big for Mike. I know he really liked Corrosion back in their hardcore days. Released on Neurot Recording. Actually don't have a release date on it, but it was 2014, June 2014. Different in that it was recorded at Gung Ho Studios. So now we're actually at a studio. No more Jeff. We're with Billy Barnett and mastering from Brad Boatwright. So switching it up a little bit. To me, this is like the return of YOB trying to add some of that like funeral, more extreme, slower elements from like The Unreal Never Lived back into their sound, along while trying to perfect the more melodic elements that they've brought in since like the Great Cessation, really. And I've kind of got to own up to bias maybe about like when you hear an album. And I think this is another discussion we could have about many different bands, right? Like, so you have that album that you initially come into with the band, and then you have the follow-up album after that, and you might be harsher on that follow-up. And for me, this is Atma being the initial one that I've head over heels for, and this one, which I honestly am probably unfairly harsh towards. Like some of the choices and the moments on this album, I'm not like the biggest fan of. In Our Blood definitely is that slow, lumbering funeral doom yob. Very dark in nature. Like this whole album is honestly pretty dark, especially I mean for the first 3 tracks. It feels more subdued when compared to Atma, and I think that's maybe where my issue was with this, is that the songwriting just felt more not as immediate. Like the Atma songwriting was so much more in your face and really pulled you in to the songs on that album. And these are a lot more like reserved and like going for that haunting atmosphere. But I mean, when the whole band comes in and is in the groove on In Our Blood, it's killer. Of course, I love the Time to Wake Up soundbite that they use. And then at the very end where it's just Mike screaming In Our Blood. I mean, that shit's fucking awesome. And it sounds just mammoth. Nothing to Win is kind of exactly what I was looking for from Atma, where it's just that like fast, raging song, ferocious speed right out the gate. Probably one of the fastest songs they've ever done. And there's almost a chorus, like almost a hooky chorus
there is.
To actually like connect to. And I really love that song. Unmask the Spectre is probably the weakest for me.
Oh, stop it.
I knew you were gonna say I knew you were gonna do that because you used that.
Stop it.
Dude, okay. It's slow and menacing, but it does what In Our Blood did, but just not as fully realized, I felt, you know? I mean, like the eerie atmosphere is cool, but I prefer In Our Blood and other YOB songs from other albums. And then, of course, Morrow, which that is a top 5 YOB song for sure. Probably my second or third favorite YOB song. it's just beautiful. It's the culmination of that melodic songwriting that they've been trying to master since, I think, The Great Cessation, that title track. And they just knocked it out of the park. It's slow and crushing, yet dripped with beautiful atmosphere and reverb. Mike sings in an entirely new voice up to this point, which I think really lends to this song.
Yep.
There's an epic hook here as well. Like, it just immediately plays in your mind when you're just thinking about it. The Hammond organ, which I believe was played by
the producer.
The producer. I was about to say it. I think it was the producer. Really adds some depth and fleshes it out, along with the ambient bridge section. Everything swells with melody towards the end, and it builds beautifully, and finally has that classic cathartic YOB release that they mastered on Adrift and continued to do on this album. I'm going to say I think this was big for them because I saw them mentioned in Rolling Stone. They were the #1 metal album of the year 2014 for them, and then number 50 overall.
Billy Barnett played.
And so for me, yeah, Billy Barnett. For me, this is an 8.4 out of 10. So I'll be right.
Uh-oh. Logan probably had to hit the little boys' room, I think. All right, you ready to roll, Kellen?
All right.
Very curious to see what you think.
Okay. So there's probably a couple things. I don't know how I'll want to structure this. The time off. I guess that I'll start there. Here we're seeing greater gaps in between record releases. Yep. And I really think that has to do with the success of these records. This probably is the most important one. And I'm going to give a nod here to you, Jeff, because you'll appreciate this little turn here, I guess. Mm-hmm. So are you familiar with the band Vole?
I don't know them, and that's the one thing that Mike does side project-wise, right?
So he was pulled in to do the vocals for that project.
Right.
Now, it features Sigrid Shee, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, and John Cobbett, who both play in Hammers of Misfortune.
Ah, yeah.
So Mike has talked about, so he gets requested to do this. Now, they're both classically trained musicians. And here's my nod to the prog world, right? So he goes into the studio to record with them, fully aware that if he's going to mess up or he's off pitch, out of tune in his vocal performance, they're going to call him out on it, right? Like here we have two incredibly gifted musicians.
Yeah.
He knows going in, he's going to have to step up his game vocally to contribute to this record. He hired a vocal coach.
I did not know that. How about that?
So he comes in, and so he has the experience of working with these incredibly gifted musicians and also adopting a vocal coach to improve sort of his sung vocals specifically. Mm-hmm. He just wanted to step up his game in this project. That piece there, I think, is super important to YOB. That he talks about his songwriting. He learned how to, his phrasing that's all over. The influence is all over this record. So a major piece, and this record is my favorite in their catalog, I'd have to say. And from the opener, the Alan Watts lines, it reminded me of listening to like the vocals on those like mid-era Neurosis records. All those like psychedelic vocals sort of in and out of songs that contribute. Like that's the immediate thing that comes to mind.
Times of Grace.
Yep, Times of Grace, Through Silver and Blood, like those sort of creepy sort of vocal pieces. That is the first thing I associate with them. At this point, I know I had mentioned to you, I don't know if I said anything to Logan about this. I started trail running, and it is in the South Hills. It's where Gung Ho Studios is in Eugene. There's like a 8-mile stretch that rolls across a ridgeline. And in 2014, I was listening to this record on that ridgeline, and you're just like surrounded by like all the fir trees and everything. Like,
shit.
And this record came on, and in the Pacific Northwest, it's overcast and rainy, and I'm in the woods, and this record just drops. It's eternally associated with that memory of like running in the woods of the Pacific Northwest. It's one of my favorite trail running records to spin on and just to listen to my headphones. I'll always forget it or always remember it through that lens of the Pacific Northwest and what it felt like there.
Dude, that had to be so fucking invigorating.
Dude, it's just when the hammer drops and you're like in the middle of a grind going up a mountain.
Yeah.
It feels it's everything that I emotionally like. There's a cohesiveness there and a synergy.
Yeah.
The record's just 4 tracks. I can just, every time I listen to it, I let it roll through without question. I want to listen to it in its entirety. You know, like In Our Blood, Nothing to Win to me. There's a little bit more pacing to that track. And the drumming specifically, but it's a heavy, powerful 4-track listen. And
did
so
you say it's your favorite, Kellen? Did I hear you say that? Okay,
yeah,
right.
it's my favorite in the catalog.
Yep.
Probably just only because I have that like very specific sort of intense memory with it.
Right.
I'll always sort of, even when I look at the album cover, it's like I'm in those mountains, right? Like there's a certain kind of mental space I'll travel to.
Sure.
But
that's killer.
It's such a cool record. And I think you'd mentioned beforehand, or maybe it was, I don't know if I was listening as I was falling asleep last night. You mentioned the acoustic version for Marrow.
Yeah, it's on Revolver.
Oh yeah, that's so good.
Once again, like I was able to listen to that, and some of his lyrics I think are better served in a acoustic setting, right?
I agree.
Because I understood it listening to Marrow through an acoustic sort of. I had a very different experience listening to that than the record, right? Like I love the arc that Marrow goes through when you're listening to it on record, right? You have this sort of, it lulls you in, the hammer drops, and then you sort of climb. It comes to a clearing during the bridge, and then you descend the other side of the mountain, so to speak, as it closes. Like it's one of their best closing tracks, if not the best, right? But I'd never been able to tune into the lyrical content there, and so hearing him sing it, it doesn't have the same sort of like massive weight, obviously, but I do think there's something that was uncovered in that acoustic performance. So my favorite YOB record, the artwork totally matches for me, like the sound on it. Here, I don't have too much more to contribute. I think I completely understand where Logan's coming from in terms of like having a record that you absolutely love and the one that follows up doesn't meet the standard. I get it. But for me, it was like a culmination of over a decade of trying to find their voice. I feel they finally get it here, and him having some more time to breathe, his sung vocals or that part of it, like the emotional weight behind when he sings now, I think there's greater force there. Like it digs deeper on this record. And it sets up where our heart is going to be. The emotional pull that this band has is totally different than I think many of the bands that we associate with the subgenre definition. So
did you see him on this tour or no?
I missed them on this tour, no. And we'll get to that in a second, but
how about you, Logan? Still not yet for you yet?
I saw him twice on
this tour.
album.
Okay. Well,
two different tours. I guess I got lucky, but like,
let me throw my thoughts on this album out there, and then we'll come back and revisit you since you saw him on the tour, and then we'll get to the last album and wrap up. And there's a lot to talk about there with that album and a lot of concert experiences, I think, including mine. I want to read these lyrics quick though. This is the lyrics to Marrow. All these things that have come to pass, emptied well of times that never last. Rhythm speaks, sun to winter's call. Pouring forth, they beckon to enthrall. Burnt clean eyes reach into our graves, into the scars of our truth of life within the stars. All these words are dust within my mind, in these times that burn within our sight, yearning to know deep into the marrow. Fall and see when there's no ground to feel. Fall and see when there's no ground to feel, to endure. Rise into the heart, time will crawl to the sea, time will fall inside the dream. Weathered stone, rivers running deep, flying wings in skies that never sleep. Earthly blood speaking in the stone, sounding calls that want us to believe. Cleansing flames burn into the night, into the scars of our truths of life within the stars. Restless souls, flickering light painted in gold, tearing at the seams, needing to feel one true moment, needing to feel something so true. Man, that's some heavy shit. I mean, it would take, we could sit and analyze those lyrics for a couple of hours, I'm sure. You in particular, Kellen, I'm sure could do that really well. And you could say, well, it's just a bunch of words. Just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. I suggest everyone go find the acoustic version of Marrow on the Revolver YouTube site and prepare to fucking just feel something. And if you don't feel something when you're watching and listening to Mike and the acoustic guitar sing that song, you're fucking dead inside. That's just the bottom line. That's my opinion, right? This is my favorite album by a long shot. Every song is super special. It was not the first album I got, but I think it was the second. And it just blows my mind. Every time I listen to it, I'm like, this is just an emotional roller coaster start to finish, because I can lock into this stuff and just get down deep into the marrow. In our blood, strummed clean chords open only to have a monstrously heavy. What did I write there? Strummed clean chords open only to have a monstrously heavy. I don't know what that word is. Riff. Anyways, plotting like a lethal virus, hell-bent on infecting your head with nightmares and fever dreams. Monstrous riffs and droning, doomy intensity pervade. The softer ambient sections lulling me into a false sense of stillness and peace, only broken up by the spoken word randomly interspersed. But yet this track feels like I'm trying to wade through quicksand that feels escapable at first. But as I sink deeper with each step, I realize I'm going to suffocate, so I try to accept my fate but cannot. That's the vibe I get on this. It's an absolute killer of a track, bone-crushing fear and grief, and yet release and peace all in the same song. I mean, it's In Our Blood is so goddamn fucking heavy, man. It's just such a beautiful, heavy beast of a track. And then you get into Nothing to Win, which is kind of a unique YOB song. It doesn't really sound like a lot of other YOB. It's kind of very different for their catalog, because what you got is this whirlwind of pummeling tribal drums and buzzing, almost slippery Blut aus Nord-like guitar chords. They kind of slide. They're slippery. They don't. Do you hear that in that song at all, Kellen? It has that weird sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can understand where you're coming from, but
I'm not saying the weird warbly stuff. Right. It's just got this weird slipperiness to the way he's playing and the way he slides in and out of chords. It's not that that kind of thing. It's very unique.
Yeah, I mean, what I would probably add. I'll let you go here. I know you probably weren't finished, but yeah, I was just gonna say and I made the point earlier to his personality or ability as a guitarist, like in terms of a soloist. I think at this point in time, like now we have an identity that is completely Yob. Like I feel he's so much more confident as a guitarist.
Yeah.
In a way that completely matches what he wants to do with the band. I don't feel it's like him searching for a sense of like, how do I want to occupy this space?
Right.
I think he now knows how to do it completely. So,
Yep. And I mean, that song just has this slimy, oozy, slippery, and slidey chord thing going on. That's really very different from what Mike normally does. There's not a lot of articulation, which he usually has much more articulation in the playing. So the murkier production, which I'll discuss as I wrap up at the end, really works well with this song. And it is a murkier production on this, I think. It has a thicker, darker, as you pointed out, Logan, it's a much darker kind of, the whole vibe has a much more, it's not funereal. I don't really hear a funereal doom thing, but what I hear is just this oppressive production that has the tracks feel very claustrophobic, I think is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, that last 4 minutes are a long, drony miasma of ambient noise, haunting, hypnotic, honestly quite trance-inducing as it heads back into that final slippery chord section with a final vocal section buried in the mix. That song is Nothing to Win is killer, man. Unmask the Spectre. All right. Do I need to even say Logan is completely fucking off on this? No, I'm just kidding.
I guess you do. Yeah.
That's your opinion, man. I'm just kidding. Man, haunting, spacey, psychedelic, whispered vocals to start. This is probably my second favorite Yob song.
Wow.
Actually, I'm lying. It's my fourth favorite. I goofed. I think when I wrote this down, I forgot about 2 tracks. So it's my fourth favorite Yob track. My third being Adrift, and 2 to come yet are my favorite, and one of which I'll mention in a minute. This one has a decidedly Neurosis-like vibe to it, in my opinion. There's some cool Hammond organ on this song as well that you can really hear. What makes this song different from any other epic-length Yob song? Well, just the way it hits me. Like a cold wind blowing through my skin into my organs and bones. This one just hits harder than most Yob songs for me. I fucking love this song. I just love it. But, the next song, every band and every writer, songwriter, has that one track that you can't deny is your greatest defining moment. You may always chase it, or perhaps you surpass it at some point, but possibly deep inside, you know you'll never surpass this song when you wrote it. This is the track for Yob and Mike, in my opinion. Marrow is the defining song of Yob. There's another one on the next album that's damn close. It pushes it. And Kellen probably already knows what I'm talking about, I'm sure. In his head, he's going, oh, I know the track he's talking about. But this is the apex predator in the catalog for me. It's so beautifully intense, so spiritually elevated, emotionally evocative, and emotionally exposed. This song is Mike laying it all out there, man. It's all out there. When I saw them live, this song literally...
It's amazing.
It literally brought me to tears, man. I sat there and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And when I listen to it, I get emotional, man. This song ties me into... What the fuck was that?
No.
Oh, okay. Way to ruin a moment, Logan. Thanks.
Sorry. What was so emotionally gripping again?
This song, dude, I'm getting tears in my eyes thinking about it. This fucking song just connects me to life hard. And like I said, man, it's that good. It's that good a song. And so this is my favorite Yob album, despite the production being a little murkier. There's some source of infinite spiritualness about this album. And Kellen, I think your listening experience probably speaks to that too. But I think and I'm going to speak for you a minute, and then you can tell me how that's not really it. But I think, yes, where you listen to it had a defining effect on you. But I think if you're listening to that music, period, and you lock in on it, there's something about this album that is just very, very special, man. It just is. And I don't know that they're ever going to top this album. I really don't. I just don't know. And I don't know if I want them to, because this album's very special, you know. Let me finish up and then you can comment real quick. I almost have to stop when I'm. Oh, yeah. This album holds me captive when I put it on. I almost have to stop what I'm doing and immerse myself in the listening experience. And I never find it dull or boring. Does that mean that I want to throw it back on and re-listen to it right away? No. Mainly because this album is like carrying around your own tombstone. You know the finality of its heaviness. It's draining. You also know the release and suffering will be over and peace will come to you when you get to the end of the album. So that's heavy and really fucking weird. I get it. But, you know, maybe it's because I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with. But, man, when I listen to this album, I was right there on the verge, man, of just breaking down. And you know what? That, to me, is almost an irreplaceable feeling. When music can bring me to that point of emotionally exposing myself, whether it's to me in my own bed laying or listening to it, or whether I'm at a concert and suddenly I almost can't hold back the emotions. That's a fucking heavy thing, man. So this is a 9.8 because I don't give 10s rarely, but this is damn close to a 10. And I don't know. That's what I got. That's what I got.
I got to revisit this thing. You guys are making me question, or making me want to just listen to it with a different perspective, because I really think, because essentially what you just described, Jeff, is how I feel about Atma, right?
And that's great, dude.
It's like when you have an album that you're holding in this regard, it's no matter what comes next, you're going to be like, well, you're going to be lesser than, not versus.
Yeah, that's
versus different.
That's a hard boundary to break over. I get.
Yeah, that. So sometimes I feel like I'm guilty of doing that if I have an album that I'm really like, man, this is me stripped to like an emotional core that I emotionally connect with. Then the next one is like, it's not the same. I mean, for YOB, they're not making the same album over and over again, so it's not going to be the same thing.
That's good though.
And it is good. And I mean, I still really like, and I still really love this album, and I absolutely love Morrow. It's just the first and third song just don't click with me. And
I want to point out Paul's comment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he was agreeing with specifically, but he said, I never got YOB until I saw them last year at Fire in the Mountains.
It was the acoustic. You were talking about the acoustic playing.
I thought they did an electric set too.
They did both, but you're talking about them playing Morrow acoustic.
Oh, okay, all right. Was an absolute surreal, magical, and spiritual experience, and now they're one of my favorite bands. You know, dude, that's, you know, I'm not quite there. I'm not going to see them until 2018, and I regret that. Man, do I regret not going to see them earlier. But here's the thing. I'm so happy I did get to see them twice, and so, yeah, I don't know. Did you have any comments there, or were you done? Oh no, he jumped out. Did you want to join in on that at all, Kellen?
Well, I think your question was like, even though I've had this very sort of like specific memory with the record,
right?
Does it? Yeah, it transcends that, right?
Right.
But in the same way, like when we did the Blue House North deep dive, and I was talking about Dialogue with the Stars, like some records I have like eternally linked a specific memory to, and this the emotional weight of this record I carry with me.
It's so intense.
No matter the setting, right?
Yep, so intense.
But I think it's one of those things where like it always, you know, no matter where I am, I put this on and like I'm back in, you know, April in Eugene, like that kind of vibe where like everything sort of fades, right?
Yeah, you can't
Um,
escape that.
Yeah, but
That's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Though, isn't it?
sure. I mean, how many records in your catalog can do that, right? So
Very, very few, right? Yeah.
so
And I mean, I'm not kidding you guys. Like, just talking about it and re-listening to it brought me to it brought me to tears. It was that intense an experience, and I don't feel any, what's the word I'm looking for, embarrassment, or you know music means so much to me in my life. It defines who I am. It defines my life in so many ways. And for an album to be that, to get so deeply right in here, that man, you just can't you can't buy that, you can't. And I will tell you that in a minute here, when I got to see them play, I got to meet Mike, and man, I'm gonna take a minute.
Yeah, I mean that's why we're all here, because we're emotionally invested to
Absolutely,
this
man.
music, and we want to speak about how it has essentially touched us emotionally and made impacts in our life. I mean, that's why I've wanted to do this deep dive from the word jump. So
How about we jump into the last one, our raw heart, and because there's a lot to talk about here.
yeah. So kind of before we get into it, I'm going to go over kind of like the context leading up to the actual release, because there was a lot that happened in between Clearing the Path and this album. So Mike had a kind of a major health scare, if you will. Basically, leading up to the release of Our Raw Heart, I think you need to have this situation in mind when, going into it and kind of listening to it. So essentially, Mike had a near-death experience due to diverticulitis, which is like a intestinal infection. So he ended up in the ER in January of 2017 and had about 10 inches of his intestines removed. So, and they had to reroute the intestinal tract. I think it was his large intestines they had operated on. There's definitely a lot of interviews and a lot of conversations with Mike about this whole situation, and I would definitely recommend looking into it, because it will kind of clue you into his emotional state, kind of going into Our Heart.
Going into writing it, yeah.
Yeah. Here's like a couple noteworthy snippets I pulled from some interviews. So initially for the big major surgery that they did, apparently Mike commented that they decided to play YOB in the surgery room. Maybe they were worried about me and wanted me to keep in there and have something to hold on to, and they thought that the YOB music might help. So some of those, like the main surgery, sounded extremely scary. From some of the stuff he was talking about, they were worried that he might end up having to be in like a colostomy bag for the rest of his life, which that he basically said that would be the end of touring. Plus, I mean, that's just a shit show.
It's a horrible.
I mean, that's a hard. Yeah, that's rough. So the whole surgery itself really sounded kind of rough. It did not go smoothly from interviews that I've seen with Mike. After the fact, though, where it was unsure of how he was going to recover, he says, I felt manic to write music, so I played as much guitar as I could. About 6 weeks after my first surgery, I was clear to be able to pick up certain things that were not over 10 pounds. So he had a specially made guitar from Monson Guitars sent that was only 7 pounds, so that he could play that with a little amp and pedal board for his hospital room. So it was all in an effort to write and record this album, really. So this all kind of started from a hospital bed, interestingly enough. So, and I think the other interesting note is to think about vocally, Mike said that he had to relearn how to sing and learn how to sing from different areas of like the diaphragm and
You
the
get power.
gut. Yeah, to gain the powerful vocals that he uses. So that's kind of like the health part leading into Our Raw Heart. So here's the actual album, since we're now there, which I definitely like this album cover. The last 3 album covers have all been top notch for sure.
Much better.
Like,
Yep.
Yeah, like we're in a stride at this point with this cover.
What the hell?
That's my cat. What are you doing? Get the fuck out of there. Sorry.
Mayhem.
God love him. So Our Raw Heart was released June 18th, 2018 on Relapse. It was recorded in Gung Ho Studios again. Mixing and mastering by Bill Barnett. I'm sorry, guys. I am so sorry.
He's a mischievous little rap.
He really is. He knows when I don't want this to happen, and he specifically saves it until we get to that point.
We're cool.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. So here, my takes on this album. To me, it's their most melodic album, and it's their most adventurous album songwriting wise. I mean, I think Mike really had a lot he wanted to accomplish with this album. And I feel like this is a culmination of some of the melodic songwriting choices that they've been doing since the Great Cessation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Ablaze is an amazing track as far as opening song goes. It's not like the barn burner that they sometimes pick, but
that's a good point. That's a good point. Fair.
It's still like a very gripping opening song, and it's very uplifting. It feels like it's ascending and heading somewhere spiritually, upwards, I guess.
Listen carefully to it, and you will hear a lot of the chords from Marrow in it.
Oh, okay.
Listen to it. You'll hear the Marrow chords.
I'll have to do that. There's a churning melody in the backdrop of it that, and I put this right here. It says, picks up right where Marrow left off. So maybe that's why I put that. There's still like slightly sinister feeling to the song. Like it's not truly uplifting the whole time.
Right.
There's still like some negative energy you can feel in there. The closing section of it is just beautiful.
Sure.
There's and really Aaron on bass really shines towards the last minute because he really the bass helps to push the rest of the song towards the cathartic ending. So I think Ablaze beautifully lifts you, and then track number 2, the screen just smacks you right back down and kind of crushes you. It brings back the closing riff from Mental Tyrant, by the way, that chug, that dun dun.
It's like that.
Yeah, it's a very unique.
It's a weird staccato.
Very unique staccato riff and staccato chug, and I just love. Initially, because this was the first single that they released for this album, I was initially not impressed with it, and I thought it was kind of simple. But then I realized that
it's not simple at all.
I realized that they were doing so much with.
Oh no!
They were taking this simple, at face value, chug riff, and doing so much with it, and experimenting so much throughout the whole song.
Yep.
And I really enjoy the linear nature of it. It goes from the main riff to a very triumphant upbuilding chorus, and then right back down to the main riff. And honestly, it's an amazing drum performance too from Travis, because it's like the drums is really just like, but there's so much restraint and so much power at the same time.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And once again, an amazing guitar break before the main riff comes back at the very end for the final breakdown jam of the song. and each member really shows off during the final minute of the screen. So the Ablaze and the Screen are phenomenal opening songs. In Reverie kind of takes it down a little bit of a notch. I'm still a big fan of it. Like the main riff just kind of punches you in the face, and it's killer, and it's nice, slow and rumbling. But it doesn't necessarily measure up to the first two songs. But I think this one, combined with Lungs Reach, which is more of like an interlude track, perfectly closes off the first half of the album, so we can finally get to the emotional arc of the second half. So in Reverie and Lungs Reach, while being like the weaker two parts, they play a very important role in the whole flow of the album. So I still love it. Beauty and Falling Leaves brings that melodic songwriting from Morrow to the forefront, and it's beautiful. It's emotionally gripping, and I think it's new territory for YOB, because Morrow had more of a sorrowful kind of sound to it, whereas Beauty and Falling Leaves almost is uplifting. It's transcendental. It's hopeful. It's still sad, kind of at the core, because I mean, it's like, kind of about the passing of time, and but it's finding beauty in life passing and death occurring and time continuing on. So I really love that song. Your Heart Brings Me Home is a lyric that will always stick out to me. It sounds like it's from the perspective of a weary traveler coming to the end of his journey. And then I want to say the middle song of this last three tracks is actually my favorite on the album, Original Face. And I think it's because of how it sits in the context of the album. It's one of those 6-minute quick YOB songs that just rips your face off. It's fast, it's crushing, there's a toxic energy of self-loathing, and it's really catchy too. Mm-hmm. Like it's one of those like very hooky YOB songs. I love the lyrics on this one. Let's see. Pounding at the gate, skin stretched too tight, under fading light, shapeless failing view, I must see it through. And that's, I mean, it just sounds like someone aging, just kind of angry at where they're at the fact that, we're getting older and life is changing. Where are we going?
Can't stop time.
You can't stop it. And there's just such a anger in that song before the final release of acceptance of Our Raw Heart, which it's hard not to think of it as like Beauty and Falling Leaves Part 2, but I think it's kind of so much more than it. I think it takes the Beauty and Falling Leaves to a more melodic area and just even more beautiful. Like the clean guitar opening. Okay. I like it better than Beauty and Falling Leaves, just by a little bit.
Wow.
I think.
Okay.
Just because of the closing section of it is so reminiscent of like a post rock or like a post metal band. It's amazing. It's very heart wrenching at the final couple minutes. I think on this album you get the most variation vocally from Mike.
Yeah.
There's death growls. You get the Geddy Lee voice. You get legitimate, tuneful, clean singing. It's great. So it definitely comes, as far as like the album writing goes, this album comes to a mature and peaceful conclusion. And there was a lot more, it felt like there's some specific things Mike needed to exercise from that brush with death that he had on this album. And you can really hear it throughout the whole run time. It's one of my favorites. I think it's my third favorite. I give this one a 9.4.
So what's this is your third favorite, you said?
Yep.
And Atma is your first?
Atma.
Atma, and then what's second?
Unreal Never Lived, and then this one number 3.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Kellen, curious about your take on this one. Muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I had to switch up my microphone. Okay, so this record, the experience I had, so I did not see them on the Clearing Path to Ascend because I had just got out of rehab.
Okay.
And going back to see live shows, especially where like when I was still like drinking and using, was a challenge to say the least, right? And I had a few years under my belt by 2018. So I was really excited for this record. I think in terms of my like analysis of the tracks, you know, the epic sort of melodic emotional pull between Ablaze, Beauty and Falling Leaves, and All Raw Heart, like those are the tracks that I come back to that I want to hear on this record.
Yeah.
I just, you know, I will kind of get into our experiences. I know you probably have some things to share in terms of where you were when you listened to this record, Jeff. But for me, before they went on tour, they brought this record to Wow Hall, and I decided that I wanted to go see them. And it's the first time being sober, going to see a band by myself. And
Wow.
to go back to Wow Hall, where I had spent all that time
Getting hammered.
just all the mess that I was, like all those good memories. I don't know if you've ever had that experience of like, for anyone who's, you know, dealing with addiction issues, and like when you get sober or you've survived some kind of major obstacle in your life like that, there's something about like going back to old places in your life and sort of revisiting them, right? Like you have this experience where I had not been to this concert hall prior to my time living abroad. So I hadn't been back into Wow Hall since 2009. So almost a decade had passed since I had walked into this area in my life, and getting to see that show, like all the history with Mike, him coming to his home crowd, playing the songs for the first time, me going back and experiencing this room that I had like completely like all these memories of, you know, it's one of those things like you walk into those old, you encountered an older part of yourself.
Yep.
And it was a incredibly charged evening for that. Like you kind of feel awkward, you're sort of caught up in all those old memories, but at the same time, like they get into this record, and like everyone has talked about, you know, so far in the chat, like the seeing him, especially at this stage of their career, when he's able to sort of like convey the lyrical content of these songs live, it's a really powerful experience. And I just got caught up that evening, right? Like, so he gets into, you know, Beauty of Falling Leaves, and I'm just like trying to hold back the tears, like crying like, you know, baby, trying to remember what it was like to be 20 years old, you know, caught up in substance use and everything. Anyway, like, in that evening, it was like a very important experience for me, just like turning the page into this different part of my life. But like also getting to hear the band go through a part of that, and Mike's narrative in the history of the band, in terms of his personal health. So it was this culmination. If you're asking me to like, you know, I still like Clearing the Path to Ascend more as a record.
Right.
But that live experience, you know, being able to go and, you know, get to this band in 2018 after hearing them back when I was 20 years old, in Eugene, and like
very surreal experience.
Yeah, like trying to go through all of that again was a really cool experience and opportunity that I had. the record, like I like it a lot. It's one of those things where at this point in the band's life, I'm probably like, I just want them to hang out here in this space. You know, like I don't need them to change too much. If they kind of slowly adopt new elements to their sound, that's great. But like I feel they've kind of where they've landed now 2 decades into the lifespan of the band, is where, you know, I want them to reside. And I'm happy they got here. You know, it's great to see that he's in great health and they've received all sorts of acclaim and recognition, and they're a bigger band now, and it's cool. So I like this record a lot. Those 3 songs are what I really go to on this album. The rest of them, I guess the more aggressive side of YOB is at this point less appealing to me. I like a bit more of their heartfelt sort of component. So it's a great record. I don't know, you know, I don't not ranking them or anything, but I think it's near the top there for me.
Cool. That's man, dude, that's so cool that you shared that with us. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an amazing.
What a ride, man.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, a personal question?
Sure.
Come, how long are you sober now?
So I got sober in 2014.
Okay.
It's August 27th of 2014.
And that's sober from everything?
Yes, everything.
So you don't drink at all, and you don't smoke or do any. Okay. But did you do all that stuff, or like did you?
Oh, I mean, we don't need to get into the entirety of my drug life, but yeah, it was a lot.
You had a lot of substances you were taking.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, man. I mean, that's a huge thing. As somebody who had 14 years sober at one point in time, and was not really, you know, pot was never really a thing for me. It's just kind of, I use it now on occasion to help me with pain, but it's not really something I seek out regularly. You know what I mean? It's not like an intrusive force in my life, but alcohol was definitely a really bad source of problems, conflicts, money issues, DUIs, stupid shit, right? And I will say that you're right. Going to places where you had other experiences before, like going back to concerts for the first time after you're sober a period of time, is pretty anxiety inducing, because there are a lot of bad memories associated, or times where you just weren't you know what I mean? And that's pretty intense, but it's cool you got to experience all that in that kind of an atmosphere, that you got to kind of go in there and be okay, and be in that place that you had a lot of shitty things happen in, or when you were a different person, and you're okay. You know what I mean? That's really cool. And how many times have you met Mike, like personally talked to him?
Oh, I've never actually talked to him in person.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not that kind of a.
You're not that kind of a fan?
Yeah, I kind of, most of the time I'm like, they just want to be left alone. That's like usually the place I come from. So
not Mike, I'll tell you. I mean, my experience tells me something completely different.
His whole disposition reminds me, like every time I see him interviewed, it reminds me a lot of Eugene. Like he's got that super low key, mellow. Like I don't imagine he'd be difficult to talk to. But
I'm trying desperately. I desperately want to interview him, man. And he said he did respond to me a couple weeks back. I kind of brought it up. He said, I don't want to really do any interviews right now until I have something to offer, which I get. I mean, I'm going to respect that. So, all right, my thoughts real quick. This is my number 2 favorite album. Atma's right there, but it's not quite as good as this, because the high points on this are a little bit, they're so stellar. You open with a blaze, and yeah, it's pretty much the chords from Marrow in a different sort of rhythmic arrangement. Mike's vocals really out front in this album. His vocals are very prominent in this album, as opposed to 3 or 4 albums ago when they were somewhere buried in the mix as more of an instrument. Now they're a focal point. They're bringing them out. And, you know, a lot, like I said, a lot of people could say, well, that nasal tone, you know, I don't like that. Well, okay, I get that. That he's not for everybody. For me, that voice is so vulnerable. It's vulnerable. And that's what I love about it. It's just such a vulnerable human voice coming out. You know what I mean? I love Ablaze. The screen has that weird staccato riff. Logan already. I can't even do the rhythm in my head. It's just, I can't do it. I'm trying and I can't. I can hear it, but I can't vocalize it. Just weird. I've struggled to figure that damn thing out on the guitar. It's so hard to get the.
It's not simple at all because it just
It's not
seems like you're
simple
going
at
like,
all.
yeah, like
It's not simple at all, man. It is not. He's using a palm muting and picking technique that's so weird and fucked up, but I love it. Snarling guttural yelps and snarling vocals open up into a scream. Open up into screams that are of varying intensity. This is a killer track and a bit unique in the catalog of songs. In Reverie, Into Lungs Reach. I think you almost have to take those two tracks together, like you kind of mentioned at the end there.
I agree.
I would say you're probably right. It's the lower point on the album of anything, but man, that Lungs Reach part is really intense because you hear that breathing, and again, it's such a human thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just intense. I really like that. Okay, so Beauty and Falling Leaves, man. If Marrow is the best song Mike and Yob ever wrote, this one is pushing it hard for just a slight millimeter, or is just a slight millimeter behind it. Possibly Mike's finest vocal hour is on this song. It's just amazing to hear his voice. Vulnerable and full raw emotion, stunning. Killer and best track on the album. I had notes for the other two, but I didn't. Hang on. What's the next one called? Original Face.
Original Face.
Yeah, this is a fucking. That's probably like the really snarling, most angriest song on the album, and it's killer. I really love that song. And then Raw Heart. I know you said you have a bit above Falling Leaves. It's beautiful. I just don't. There's something about Falling Leaves, man, that just does it for me. It just does it for me. This is a 9.5. It's an amazingly raw and intense album. Sure, there's some repetition of themes. That's nothing new in the Yob catalog, but it's the way in which they hit you that is important. And this album hits me at number 2, and I fucking love it. I got to see him twice on this album cycle in Philadelphia and in Baltimore, and Voivod opened. And, you know, I'm a massive Voivod fan, as you know. I know Kellen is not. I don't know about you. Do you like Voivod, don't you, Dylan? Or Logan? Dylan? Why did I call you Dylan?
Yeah, I am a relatively new convert, but I only am really familiar with their newer stuff.
Okay.
Truthfully.
We got to fix that.
Fair.
Yeah, this album is just so amazing, and I'm going to do my final thoughts right now, and then you guys can. I want you to think about what I say, each of us, and we'll each comment on our thoughts.
Talk about live shows too for like the final thoughts, because.
Oh yeah. Oh well, that's where I started to go. God damn it. So I saw them twice, and the Philly show. Like I said, man, I was wrecked. I'm watching that show, and they do Marrow, and I'm just like, first of all, live, they're a fucking machine, man. They are a machine live. They are so precise, so killer. The sound is so gargantuan, man. It's just, I remember just feeling like the sound was just massive coming at me. And Mike live, they're all great players. You know, I don't want to diminish.
There's 3 of them.
I don't want to diminish Aaron and Foster at all. But Mike is just dynamic as a frontman. He came out in an Iron Maiden shirt, I think it was an Iron Maiden Killer shirt. Might have been Number of the Beast, and it just fucking blew my mind, guys. Blew my fucking mind. A top 3 show for me in my life, and I've seen hundreds of shows, and I just was stunned. And after the show was over, Mike came out to the edge of the stage because a couple people went up to him and he was shaking hands, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna be Kellen. I'm gonna walk up and talk to him. And I mean, whether he wants to be left alone or not, who cares? I'm gonna go talk to him. And I will tell you that moment was so fucking incredible, man. And I walked up and I shook hands with him. I'm like, Mike, I don't even know what to say, man. I've never seen you guys live. And I have to say, I was literally on the verge of tears a couple of times. And he's like, man, dude, that's beautiful, man. Thank you for telling me that. That's like one of the most, he was like going like this, going, that gets me right here. Because for you to tell me that my songs mean that much to you, it's a gift. And I'm like, no, man, you gave me the gift. And he's like, no, man, you gave me the gift. And it was so fucking intense, man. It was like we were like the universe disappeared around us. It was just him and I talking. And I know it sounds kind of weird. I don't want to make it sound like, like, oh, we had this moment together. It wasn't like that. It was just this connection, this spiritual kind of connection through the metal, through the music. And he was so fucking cool, man. And I desperately want to interview him. He is my number one guy I want to get on Gas Mask and talk to, because there's something about him that's just, it's everything, it's like everything. And I don't know how to explain it any better, but go ahead. Your turn, Logan.
Yeah, I hope you get him on, man, because that would be a killer interview. Like, yeah. So I've seen them 3 times. I saw them twice for the Clearing the Path to Ascend. First time, March of 2015, it was with Witch Mountain opening. I always like their openers. They always have like one opening band with them, and it's always killer. And that was still I was still getting used to the idea of YOB as a band as a whole. Like, I already loved Atma at that point. I was just getting introduced to Clearing the Path to Ascend. But seeing them live just cemented the fact that this was one of the most important bands for me, period. I'm right there with you, Jeff. This is like maybe my second favorite live performance outside of seeing Agalloch, I think.
Oh, wow. I never saw them.
Yeah. Like, YOB, this one, the first time I saw YOB was up there for sure. Setlist was killer. They played... open with Ball of Molten Lead, Nothing to Win, Morrow, Adrift in the Ocean, which it was out of body experience, just beautiful. And then they closed with Burning the Altar, and this was the first time I heard Burning the Altar.
Oh shit!
And it was just one of those like, what the fuck is that? What is that? What is that riff? What are they doing up there? I need this in my life. That was just insane. The second time I saw him, it was 2015, fall of 2015 in Asheville with Black Cobra opening. Another fairly similar set, but just as amazing. And then the final time I saw them was 2018 in Raleigh with Bellwitch opening, and then also a band called Netherlands.
And nice! You got Bellwitch.
I did, yeah. It was right after Mirror Reaper, dude, and they were doing the first half of that album with like the movie in the background.
Yeah. Yep.
It was, yeah.
I got to see that.
That tour is also, yeah, another top 5 favorite YOB song from Logan. But
only 18 top 5 songs.
Yeah.
For you.
But Kellen, I'm like you, man. I'm not the kind of guy to go approach a person and be like, let's talk. I'm like, yeah, you're busy. You don't want to be bothered by, I just want to see you up on stage, do your thing. So I would never have approached Mike, but I was watching Netherlands opening for YOB, and I'm just like sitting there jamming, you know, and then this short dude pops up next to me and just like looks over at me. He's like, "Dude, they're putting on a killer set." I'm like, "Oh yeah," and it's fucking Mike. And
Ah,
he just walks up next to me during
no way.
during Netherlands playing. He's like, "Man, this band is awesome. I'm so glad they're on this tour."
That's so killer, dude.
And I was like literally, you know, my stomach drops, my heart like starts beating way too fast. I'm trying to fight the whole like we're not worthy, you know, shit, Mike Myers skit basically. But I was like, I introduced myself and was like, "Man, thank you for the music," and that's all I'm gonna say. And then I walked off, kind of awkwardly, probably.
What
But
did he say?
he just said, "No, man, thank you. Thanks for coming." And it was, yeah, it was simple. It was perfect. And as I said, that he just comes off as like that kind of guy that you can approach or would approach you, who would just want to approach you and be like, "Hey, you know, thanks for coming out to the show tonight. It's just me, Mike from YOB, you know." But yeah, that seeing them live is extra level.
It's
extra level.
It's next level. It's next level. Trying to find the set list for the show that I went to. I thought I went to see them in 2018, but I'm now thinking maybe it was 2019.
I think it was 2019 with Voivod.
Was that 2019?
Yeah, which I agree. That's a weird combo.
Here we go. All right, here we go. I found it. So they opened with "Prepare the Ground." They did "Ablaze."
Mm-hmm.
They did "The Lie That Is Sin." Oh Christ, this set list is wicked, man. They did "Marrow," "Grasping Air," "Adrift in the Ocean," and "Quantum Mystic." They closed with, and I remember during Quantum Mystic, dude, I was just like, "What the fuck, man?" Like his voice just otherworldly, man. Just otherworldly power, otherworldly emotion. It was just, oh God. Now I just want to go see them play right now. Like I just want to go watch them play for like 3 hours. You know, just fucking wreck me. You know, I mean, just so. In closing, I had a couple thoughts, and I thought maybe you guys could comment on that, and hopefully we'll get done here about 4.5 hours, which I didn't think we'd go this long, but I think, you know what? It shows something. First of all, it shows, number one, Logan, you did a hell of a job on your history, on the album details. You wrecked it. And you were into it, man. You were deep into it, which is awesome. Kellen, as always, brings that cerebral element.
Yes.
I'm just the fucking
killer input.
I'm just the lunkhead, knuckle dragging douchebag, but I got the raw emotion, right? You know, that's where I come from with this. And final thoughts. Yes, you could make the argument that much of what YOB do is repetitive and often covers the same ground riff-wise and rhythm-wise, even melody-wise. But to me, their music is hypnotic and in my own weird sense, spiritually connective, which is at the core and essence of much of what YOB do. It's a visceral connection to the music where your ears engage the pleasure synapses, and my body often feels, even if I'm lying down or not really moving, like it's swaying and engaged in a form of meditative motion caused by the riffs, the rhythms, the groove, the passion, the intensity, and Mike's voice. The beauty and the horror in most every song is there if you open up to it and let your body be a conduit for its power. They are one of the only stoner doom bands who move me like this, hence why I rate most of their catalog very highly. Again, critics could argue that maybe YOB on the surface only has a few grooves or rhythmic riffs in their holster, proverbial holster. But if you are listening carefully and paying attention to detail, or if you're a guitarist like me, you'll know this just isn't true. Sure, the tunings make a lot of the songs sound the same, but there are a ton of very finite details that are mixed into every track that make them all relatively different in various discernible ways. The fact is that while I could only probably name, and this is really serious, the fact is that while I could only really probably name 4 or 5 tracks off the cuff, if you suddenly started, if you picked up the needle and dropped it down and said, all right, Jeff, what YOB song is this? I probably could only name 4 or 5 of them off the cuff, like Marrow, The Great Cessation, Quantum Mystic, Unmasked the Spectre, and probably The Screen and Beauty and Falling Leaves. YOB for me is a vibe for the mind and body connection that the music and vocals induce. It's not a sing-along fest. In all honesty, it can be easy. It can't be easy to create YOB music that's truly moving and connective, and that's probably why there's been only 8 albums in almost 20 years. And most of those, the last 4 have come in the last 12 years, I believe, something like that. They said ever since the Illusion of Motion, they pretty much marked a huge shift in the way they sound ever since Illusion of Motion. I'm fine with them going 3 or 4 years between albums or more, because if they were dropping an album every year or so, the outcome would be that I would feel the impact was diluted and less intensely connective with me as a result. It's been 5 years in June since On a Raw Heart, so I'm kind of expecting a new album soon. If I'm still here and able to listen, my body and head will be ready and willing. Easily my favorite sludge, doom, stoner, whatever band. And I place, no one's even close. So those are my final thoughts. I don't know if you guys want to have some final thoughts on it too. Kellen, you got anything?
I mean, there's a lot there. So, one, I would say, like, in terms of if how many songs you can recognize, right? Like, if that's the threshold, I guess what my reaction would be to that is, I don't know how many other bands I can get this kind of emotional connection to.
Boom.
So, and I would really drive that home for anyone who's out here talking about the live experiences, right? Like, at this point, I don't even know if I would prefer, like, as much as I will probably pick up the next release, I'll probably look forward to the next opportunity I get a chance to see them live. I do really think at this point in their career, that's where their strength is. It's not necessarily adding to the catalog, but like being able to share the experience, the emotional content of these records. There's a lot of different, CDs and records and albums I can name and quote, but there's very few that take me to the same place that this band does at this point in their career. The meditative part of it, I think that's part of this band for sure. And to some degree, people may point to the genres that we're talking about here. But like, that's an experience you could say about a lot of, stoner or doom bands.
Right.
But I think if you were to press them, like, I don't feel that way necessarily about Saint Vitus, right? I don't feel the same
neither do I.
Right? Like, you could say that in a kind of like passive sort of shorthand as a way to dismiss genres that do have more simplistic structure. But I think the bands that are at the top of each genre have a whole lot more to add upon greater investigation. So for us, I think talking about this band at this point in their career, I think they've come out on the other side of things, right? Where they are no longer connected to the bands that they sort of emerged with. They've kind of found a spot all by themselves.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and, we mentioned the success and visibility that they have. But I don't know, like, who else in pop that's on Rolling Stone sounds like this, right? Like, I don't think this is a popular sound, right?
No. The only other band that you could maybe say is kind of, I guess on their level in that genre, and again, the genre thing makes it it puts these boundaries up, these walls, right? Well, it's stoner doom, so they got to go in that slot, and it's funeral doom, so they got to go in that slot, and you can't have them over here and over there. Why? You can. They can kind of. I think they've carved their own niche out. You know what I mean? They've got their own niche that you could just call YOB doom. Who knows? I don't know. Whatever. It's it is what it is, and who cares?
But I would say, to their credit, I think great bands have the same level of contradiction.
Yeah.
I think you can, when you point out, like, if you were going to say like Neurosis is the next landmark band, right?
Oh, yeah,
how many different subgenres can you throw into that band's catalog, right?
Yeah.
And I think great bands usually have that level of diversity. So
yeah, they transcend simple classification. And
yeah, very well said. Very well said. Any parting thoughts there, Kellen, or was that pretty much what you wanted to say?
I mean, yeah, I would just say, to climb into the live experience thing, I just want to add my 2 cents there. Like,
oh yeah.
I 100%. I don't think the strength of this band. I'm not convinced that it, at this point survives on record. I don't want to diminish that, but after experiencing, this band live in 2018 on this end of Mike's career and life, like
right.
that he's able to convey that.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, like, I mentioned the 3-piece aspect of this band, the way that they face each other on stage.
Yeah.
They kind of like are almost right. They aren't completely facing the crowd.
No, it's like they're talking to each other. It's like they're.
Yes.
This is a nexus of spirit right here.
It's like a triangle, kind of.
Yeah, it's like a triangle. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that is a great fucking point, Cal. I'm so glad you brought that up. I didn't tell you, as soon as you said that, I'm like, boom, right there. I would have loved to have said. It's so unique.
Right.
So unique.
He's not like a traditional front man where he's right. There's an interesting sort of, I don't know, dynamic that they have as a live entity there. And I wonder if for him, if that, like he said, being a bassist, like there's a certain amount of like familiarity he has with where the song is going based on being able to pay attention.
Yeah.
So I wonder, there's a sort of like
a visual cue thing or something.
Yeah. Or a comfort there. Like he's,
might be,
whatever, how guarded he could potentially be about the subject matter that he's singing about. I feel there's a certain level. This is me completely like, speculating, but I feel there's a certain level of comfort he feels in that setting and I don't know if it's just me guessing, right? But I wonder if like that's how they practice. They get up on stage and it feels like home.
Right. They just go to that naturally, gravitate to that sort of thing. Yeah. Couple quick points here, real quick. Benjamin Bracken. See, he gets it. He gets it. This is a good comment from Alakazam. Alakazam. I think many bands would rather not be classified. You're right. Most bands would prefer not to be most of the time, even if they gravitate towards a specific genre. I agree with you. Chris, we did not cover the live albums. I generally don't go into live albums on the deep dives because it's studio catalog generally. But I know they have the one at Roadburn, right?
Yeah.
And then
they have another one from 2019, I think,
okay.
where it was like they're at a barn or in the woods or something.
Oh, wow.
Which seems pretty killer. I haven't listened to it, so.
I will say something, man. I'm coming from the 70s when the live album was the thing. Kiss Alive, Frampton Comes Alive, Bursting Out, Live and Dangerous, Thin Lizzy. I mean, everybody had killer live albums that technically All the World's a Stage, Exit Stage Left, but most of them weren't really live. They were all fixed in the studio before they came out. Unleashed in the East, another big one, I am a weird dude. I love live shows, but I rarely ever listen to live albums. I don't know about you guys. Do you?
No, I don't.
I'm not a live album guy.
Barely. Yeah.
No,
It's one of those weird things. I just find I'm not connected to the show because I wasn't there. Now, if it's a show that I was at and I get a bootleg or something, that's kind of cool because that kind of puts me in that headspace in that place. But I'm just not a live guy, man. I've got the fucking Judas Priest box set and it's got Unleashed in there, which I've heard when I was a kid, you know, a teenager. Haven't ever played it from the box set. And the other one in there, that double live one, I forget what it's called. Never even put it on. Never even broke it out. It's just what it is, you know. So, Logan, you have some final thoughts on YOB?
Yeah. I mean, it's for me when talking about this band, it's hard not to come off sounding like pretentious when talking, you know, when discussing like the reason why you should try to buy in or like listen to or dive into any of this band's catalog. But it's so much about like the music itself is killer and the music itself is amazing, but then the actual concepts and everything behind it is just so human and so real. It really just connects you to it and really makes you feel like you're a part of it and you're just fully hooked in and experiencing the music. You know, it's kind of when you were describing listening to it, Jeff, it's like you're in the song, you're experiencing them playing live, you know, and it's a extra level of catharsis on top of the already cathartic movement or the experience of listening to music, you know.
Well, as I said, it's a connective thing.
Yeah, and you feel fully connected, and I think it's because Mike is that connective force that kind of can tether the listener to his experience, to his experience of life.
Yep.
And trying to understand the good and the bad, the pain, and just everything else, you know. So it's impossible for me to separate out the spirituality of the band and the main, which I feel like is the main purpose of the band is to convey this through both record and especially through their live performances, you know.
Yeah, and I think we should probably note that when we, well, at least for me, when I bring up that word spirituality, which I have a couple different times, I'm not talking about God. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the life force.
I think it's anything that makes you feel connected to more than just you know?
It's connected to the universe, connected to the life force, the thing that the being a human is, you know what I mean? Like just that human experience as we've all dealt with 2 years of, you know, being pretty much shut in houses and working from home and dealing with shit like that. And now it's opened up in the last year or so, but we went through two years of that and
still there.
But yeah, the connective force of human interaction is such an important thing, and it's the life force that keeps us all moving, right? And I think YOB has some kind of weird otherworldly ability to, when you get it, man, you just, that's the spirituality. If that does that make any sense? Or am I just waffling on here? I don't know. It's like, maybe I'm not making any sense. I don't know.
No, to me, I get that. I mean, they speak about life, reality, death, suffering, transcending all of that in a way that you can actually connect to and feel a part of, you know,
and
you're part of that journey.
It's not even the lyrics that do it. It's
everything.
It's the whole thing.
Like everything I just said sounded fairly pretentious, but it's not, because the music actually backs it up.
It
like
does.
The music,
well put,
and just the weight of it actually backs up all the stuff that we're talking about.
So for anybody watching this that stuck with us for 4 hours and 40 minutes at this point, we'll wrap up here in about a minute or two. First of all, thanks for riding this out. I want to thank Logan for doing a hell of a job again. And Kellen, go ahead.
Yeah, before we do the closing pieces here,
Mhm.
I do want to ask you: have you heard of this James Romig piece that he's done?
No, is that the 50-minute like?
Yes.
Well, I haven't listened to it. What is it?
So I guess the story is this composer who is like nominated for like this crazy anyway. So he's a modern classical composer who got into like Sun and then got into Yob.
Right.
Composed this piece that I guess, and you can explain like the riffs. There are 3 major chord structures to it that all repeat in 13, 14, and 15 piece phrasing,
Right.
but don't come to unison, I guess, which is like when a riff completely resolves or like
Resolves.
repeats
It's when it resolves. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
until 58 minutes in. So
Wow.
this guy presented this piece to Mike and was like, I want to work with you. Can you do this?
Yeah, and I know Mike had to rethink how he was playing and everything. I think.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Anyway, did you hear it?
I have not sat through all 58
Okay.
minutes of it. But
what's it called again?
It's called. Hold on one second. The Complexity of Distance.
That's it. Yep.
Anyway, I thought that was
I'm probably going to check that out tonight. That'll be interesting. Interesting listening. Maybe I'll wait until next week because I got to get through Cryptic Shift and Exist again for those interviews. So, all right. So, in closing here, check out Killing for Company on YouTube. He's got a lot of really killer, deep, interesting content. And Kellen and I did back August of last year, I think it was. We did a 2-part, really amazing deep dive on Blut aus Nord. How's that doing for you? Have you checked it lately? Where are you at?
Yeah, it's doing really well. The first episode got a little more attention than the second, but yeah, it's like one of my more popular videos for sure.
And that was one we were going to do on my channel, but I was dealing with a lot of weirdness, and I handed it off to Kellen, and then was a guest, and he just killed it. Now, he makes me a little jealous because I do these live when I do the deep dives. I don't do any editing or fixing, and that's part of my thing. But I really like the way you did yours because you put all the cool inserts and stuff. I don't know that I would have that kind of patience to do that, but thank you for doing that. And tonight, Logan, again, thank you so much for taking the lead. You did a fantastic job. I'm really glad that we knocked this out, guys. It was...
Man, me too. And Jeff, thank you for, letting it be hosted on your channel and stuff. This is just exactly what I've wanted to do with being on YouTube, would be like this kind of thing. So
yeah, man, there's this is the one good thing that came out of the pandemic was we as a group had a lot of connective opportunities to meet a lot of really killer dudes, a lot of killer people. Not all dudes. We got a couple of females that sometimes come in and out, and but it's been it's been a ride, man. It's been a killer ride, and so I can't thank you guys enough. Go see YOB live when they play out. I think there's some dates right in June. Let me look.
I didn't think so, but
no. Could have swore they're going on tour and. Oops.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they played.
Yes. It looks like
are they?
We have May. They'll be playing in Vancouver, Seattle, and then Austin.
Oh, they're doing that thing probably South by Southwest in Austin. So I would assume that there might be some more dates coming up for summer or late fall, maybe like late summer, early fall. Let's hope, and maybe we'll find out there's an album coming. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm probably gonna reach out to Mike again and give him one more shot and see if he'd be interested in talking. And That would be fucking God. That would be so killer. And I just, I've been very fortunate for the people that I've already talked to and given me so much of their time. It's just so cool to connect with these artists like that and find out what makes them tick. I got 3 coming up this week. Again, I've got Xander Bradley coming in on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then at 10 o'clock Eastern, I've got Max Phelps from Exist and Cynic and Death to All. Xander is from Cryptic Shift. And then Friday, I've got Tim Bonas from No Man and his solo career and a bunch of other bands that, But yeah, man, so let's see. Anything else here? I think we're pretty much wrapped. Thanks to Rick and Alakazam and Brian and Ben and who else do we have in here? Anybody else still around? Chris. I don't know if anybody's still hanging out. We got 10 people, and we were up to like 13 or 14. So, I mean, on a Sunday afternoon, Super Bowl day, there's a lot of people probably want to get to the game. Is it on?
Yeah, it is.
Is it on?
It's 15. Been on 15 minutes.
All right, we should probably wrap. So, dudes, love you guys. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much, Logan, for taking the lead on this. And yeah, this was badass, man. Go see Yob live. Go see Yob live. It will fucking mind fuck you in the best possible way ever. And buy their albums, man, because they're well worth. Particularly the last 5, I would say. I'm not sure the first 3 are really necessary, but if you're a completist, you might want to do that. Or maybe
buy all their albums. Yeah.
Buy all their albums. Okay. Logan says buy them all. I think Kellen and I are kind of like, yeah, maybe by the 3rd or 4th one, jump in. So if you do, go backwards. That's what I suggest. Go backwards. So, all right, boys, we're going to wrap it up. And thanks so much for doing this. And you guys rule. And
yeah.
Hang on a sec. Stay back. We're going to say goodbye. See ya. All right, man. That was.